Let's get things up and going. We got a lot of stuff happening, guys. I mean, crazy, crazy. There's going to be a lot of action to discuss, a ton of earnings, big gap down. Damn. But, is it going to be a turnaround Tuesday for the indices? We will certainly find out. Who swung the IWM puts with members? We entered the 243 IWM end of week puts yesterday. Those are already paying for us. Wonderful, wonderful job. Yeah, we're going to discuss lots of excitement. Palantir, Spotify, Uber, a ton of different individuals. And then even after the bell, we got crazy, crazy, crazy stocks reporting. AMD is the big boy on deck. Let me just get my other stream going here, guys, and then we'll jump into the earnings. Lots to discuss here. Lots. We will be discussing lots. Alright, I think I am ready to jump in. Let me just open up my scanner here. Ooh, it's gonna be an action-packed day, guys. Maybe I just won't trade today. Nah, I'm playing. We're gonna trade. There's too much movement happening. There's way too much. I gotta take some profits in IWM puts and on-dash short. So. Trim some of those positions. Alright, let's see what I want to start with. Damn, I should have swung Amazon puts down 2%. Everything getting wrecked. Very few stocks are holding steady. What does this mean? Besides are changing and ask what does this mean for you? Sure thing, that's cool. Alright, so let's start off with a handful of the earnings, guys, that just reported. So we got Shopify posting a double beat here. Stock is still gapping down. Very, very strong chart still in the larger time frame. This is probably going to get a buy the dip, guys. I would like to see it flush into, well, you overshot that gap. There's this little bit of an inverted head and shoulder. Let's go to the 4-hour chart here. We can tighten up the time frame. But I would like to see Shopify retest this neckline of your bullish inverted head and shoulders. So that's, call it 162-ish. Might bounce before that, but 162-ish. You can see you're already retesting that area. You're into a daily chart level right now. Good morning, Peter. Let's look at Uber. Call me an Uber. Call me an Uber. Boom, 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 boom. Now, the funny thing is like, you know, stocks are reporting earnings. Most of the earnings have been pretty decent, but the reactions have been poor. Why do we think the reactions are being poor and stocks are being sold? Is it really off of the earnings? Or is it because our US dollar crossed the $100 psychological number? It's just so fascinating that as soon as we hit that 100, we start seeing some sell side pressure in the market. That's kind of what we discussed. The US Dixie breaking out to the high side. Next stop is the daily 200 MA. Ladies and gents, some players. All right, PLTR. So Palantir had that crazy move on earnings. It spiked to new all-time highs in the pre-market yesterday after hours. It hit the 220. I swung both sides of the trade, guys. I swung short dated 220 calls for end of week, which are going to be cooked. Absolute fat loss unless it makes some sort of a monster move to the upside again. But I also swung the 180 puts for next week, so those are still alive and strong. But what a range on Palantir, guys. I mean, incredible. You know, a 14% swing from high to low, crazy. Absolutely crazy. Now Palantir still exceptionally beat its earnings. You know, the CEO Alex was discussing, and this is the thing I don't like about the earnings call. The CEO was just bringing in too much retail FOMO, trying to create that hype for retail. And this could be a little bit of a near-term top for it. Obviously, it's still a market leader. It's going to get a huge buy the dip at some point. The question is where? Where are we going to get that buy the dip? Is it off of this pivot? I would like to think that it's probably going to be off of this neckline. So we backtest that little neckline, call it 186, 187 Pierce. That might be a decent area to do a bit of a scalp long. You can still see how stretched we are from the weekly 7 MA. Even with this pullback, you're still super duper stretched. So it just shows you how strong this stock is, guys. But we will discuss some more. Let's see where we're at in terms of a fib retrace. So I like to use that high spike just to start. So that's a 382. Now if we drop it back down to its daily close, you can see we're now basically sitting right on that first fib level. So there's definitely a little bit of a support here. But I prefer to at least retest this 182.50-ish. Interesting. ANET also reported earnings, guys. ANET. This morning, stock is under a little bit of pressure. Okay. All right, let's look at a couple other ones. FN, Fabrinet, reporting earnings. Stock is actually strong, gapping up on the session. So again, strong stocks, weak market. Those probably get a continuation bid. You look at WAT, Waters, guys, this is a quality company still shaking off that gap down and now looking to press through this previous bearish breakdown gap. So it does have quite a bit of momentum, especially since it's a little bit more oversold on your larger time frame. But definitely Waters is looking like a nice continuation, even on a swing trade basis. I would have liked to see a bit more of a right shoulder formation forming. We might still get that, but it's looking pretty positive off of its earnings. Apollo Global APO also reported earnings. Stock right now is up in the pre-market, gapping up from 123 to 135. You can see it had a nice report miss on the revenue. Stock doesn't matter. That can't be right. Reported 1.15. No ways that's right. Let me check my back end. Sometimes TradingView guys' earnings are fucked. They do not show it properly. I'm telling you right now. There's no fucking way that company missed $3 billion in revenue and it's up. Can't be. APO. Yeah, that you know, you're always gonna blame something, right? Because they're so used to the stock just going up, 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 up and away. They gotta, oh, it's gotta be the short sellers, even though the short sellers are minuscule. Barely. Guys, the amount of short sellers in this market is nothing. Absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, APO earnings, guys, like this is so wrong, TradingView. I'm disappointed. You know, it's saying that it reported 1.15 billion. The estimate was 4.92. It missed by 3.7 billion, 76% bullshit. Actually, what really happened was APO reported, what? That can't be right either. 9.82 billion? I don't know. I'm getting mixed reads across the board. I gotta check another site here, verify before I start spitting out. Apollo. Okay, so Apollo. Holy shit. They might have missed, guys. They actually did miss that much. Wow, TradingView is right. Missed on their revenue by that much, and they're still pumping? That's crazy. Anyways, I guess they did miss on the revenue, beat on the EPS, but maybe it's just because of a CapEx expenditure. Not too sure. All right, let's keep moving along. That one's just throwing me for a loop there. SMC, Summit Midstream. Stock is acting very well in the pre-market, gapping up as well. Trying to break out of this little bit of a downtrending formation. You can see it's had a nice bump up. There's a potential for an interesting inverted head and shoulders on this name. So that's not a bad technical setup on SMC. You can see the neckline. That gives you what, a 21.25 to about 20.22. It's a decent. All right, let's see. Ticker Ferrari also reported earnings, guys. RACE, race. Come on, Palantir, fall down. At one point, I was like, oh my God, Palantir's just stuck at pretty much its closing price. And I was like, they're just cooking everyone. They're burning all the theta. All right, I need to refresh this chart for some reason. It's lagging. But Ferrari also reporting earnings today, guys. Stock is up slightly in the pre-market. It did post a double beat. Ferrari's still trading inside that initial gap down on news. Remember we traded that? Ferrari might be an interesting long today. If it were to sell down and fill its gap today, I would consider taking on the long side. Ferrari's just putting in this little bit of a near-term wedge formation. You know, it's getting very tight. One way or another, it's going to break, but it's still just chopping inside of this wedge pattern here. So it's getting very close to a potential breakout, I think, but it also could break down if you fall here. So we'll watch that one over the next couple days. Specifically Michael Burry, yeah, specifically Michael Burry. But I don't know where he started shorting Palantir, what his average cost basis is. Like, I think he's still underwater. But just be careful whenever like there's big announcements like that from Michael Burry. Everyone obviously automatically thinks the big short, and they want to pile in on the trade, and then they can just rip it right back up. So I'm not saying that the stock's going to rip to highs again, but I don't know. I don't really like when the news is hyping up that short thesis because typically the collapse happens. I guess there wasn't too much short interest. I know Sarfers yesterday were saying most people were crowded on the long side, which is usually true. All right, what else we got going on? I'm just looking at some of my lists here. Why is this chart? I gotta refresh this trading view. It's acting all glitchy here. Knife holdings. Why are you so glitchy this morning? Weeble. Fuck Weeble. All right, let's go to some other of these market movers. Wow, New Fortress Energy, guys. NFE is just ripping, if this is correct. 44%. Wow. Why is this so laggy? Don't like when the charts are this laggy. Meta's so fucked, yeah. Meta's fucked. Everything's pretty much cooked today. Why the hell is my chart not working? All right, NFE guys, big gap up on New Fortress this morning. Let's see what the news is here. Um, I guess that's a news pump, earnings pump, maybe. No, earnings are set to come out tomorrow, but stock is gapping up pretty extraordinary here. Lots of volatility in the pre-market. Lots of volatility. I'm not seeing any major news headline. That's okay. You want to look at Meta real quick? Yeah, I've been telling people to stay away from Meta. I said it was going to attack that weekly bar, and you sliced through it yesterday like a hot knife through butter. And now it's actually coming into a bit of a day trade long level, guys. This gap fill looks pretty nice. Looks pretty nice, this gap fill. I'd keep that on watch for a trade today. Definitely. Yeah, Meta probably gets a bounce today. Let's look at the weekly chart level. So that's not only a daily chart, it's a weekly chart gap fill. Obviously, there's a massive, major one below, but it's not going to get there today. But yeah, Meta looks intriguing, guys. Meta looks really intriguing here. Let me just clean this chart up a bit. So we scalped that one long. That one's off there. Yeah, Meta, top trade idea today, guys. It's not a bad area. Let me just throw up some fibs. You're looking at Jan 300 calls for Palantir? You maniac. You're a maniac. 300 calls for this January or 2027? That's a maniac trade, Peter. Yeah, Meta's just wrecked down here, man. That's nasty. That is just downright dirty on Meta, guys. Hmm. Let's keep scrolling through here. Palantir calls for. Oh, he is so mad right now. Now 160. Yeah, he's an idiot. I mean, technically he's not an idiot. He's made a ton of money. I can't say that. But I don't know. He's just a pump and dumper, I think. It's really gonna. The more he complains, I swear, the worse it's gonna get. You know. But I'm really hoping we go down to 180. Again, I got next week puts, so next week puts. Let's keep scrolling through here. What else we got moving? Hertz, guys. Ticker HTZ. Seeing a nice move today. Natural gas is strong again. Very strong. Nvidia down a couple percent. Baba's getting wrecked. Micron down 4. Western Digital down 5. Oklo down 6. Wow. DraftKings slapped. Boeing slapped. Everything is getting wrecked. AMD down 3.6. That's the big one after hours. INVZ down 5. Serve Robotics slapped around. BlackBerry down 3. QBTS down 5.8 after a hard down day yesterday. That's crazy. Let's look at Hertz here. Hertz is actually bouncing quite nicely off of earnings here. So this is a little bit of a momentum trade this morning. A lot of resistance up here though. Daily 200 MA. It's kept us in check off of this wide range breakdown. It's our previous support level. So ton of resistance there, especially with the market being weak. If the market wasn't weak, I'd say it has a chance at breaking out to the high side. But look at these quantum names, guys. They're getting slapped around again. Definitely looking nasty. IONQ. Looking like a bit of a bear flag formation on IONQ there. That's also getting nasty. Yeah. A lot of charts are coming in, guys. Your SOXX seeing some harsh selling. I'm thinking of trading Archer this morning again, too, guys. We did take Archer 1050 calls yesterday, which printed in the money for us. So we traded this nice little bounce area on Archer. And now Archer's even lower, sweeping that volume from yesterday. Ton of volume came in right off that EMA. I like this. Undercutting that major EMA, undercutting the volume shelf, sweeping this breakout trend line. You're into a massive 382 fib level. So I don't mind Archer for a long down here, guys. Scalp long. Again, it's risky because we got to keep in mind that it has its earnings approaching. Earnings are when? Are they Thursday? Yeah, Thursday. So this one I'm not looking to hold anything overnight. It would just be for a scalp. But I think that Archer is also a top idea on the long side. Data Vault getting wrecked today. I did pick up some Data Vault commons yesterday. Again, this is a bit of an aggressive long area. It was a half position. We made money on the first bounce. I'm looking to add a little bit more to this trade, but I'm going to wait till about 169. I think I'm just building into a small swing trade position on Data Vault. All right. So if we flush into, call it 168-ish, I would probably double up my common share position. That's a previous gap, your impulse green candle bar. You would sweep this low. So it's been selling off on lighter volume, so it's not a bad sell-off area. Definitely, there is some support down here. Multi-day sell-off. Okay, so we'll watch that. I'm probably gonna exit my full ONDAS short today, guys. So ONDS, we did take some profits yesterday near the lows. The stock is now making new lows. I want to see if we can get a little bit lower, but I am looking at probably maybe exiting my full ONDAS short. I want to see it maybe coming a little bit more, but we're up double digits. That one's been a tough short. It went farther than I expected. I still think it could be $1 billion company down here at around 390. That's where its valuation starts making a bit more sense. Right at 394, it'll become $1 billion company. But again, it's just been a tough one. I've been down on this position when it was running away from me, and the fact that I've just sat through some crazy swings and now it's profitable just shows you how stocks can absolutely run in this market higher and farther and longer than you expect. 9:12 already? Holy moly, things are already. So again, I'm going to look to trim my IWM puts this morning, members. We did swing those 243 end of week puts, so those should be up quite nicely. We basically shorted the Russell in and around this move somewhere in here. And now the Russell is gapping down quite sharply. If we look at structurally where the market wants to go today, I still think that the bigger area lies. Let me just correct this zone here. We are hitting some support here. There's definitely some support. But let's just there, that's the level that I think the Russell's going to range. This range here. So pivot high, pivot high, pivot high, a little bit of consolidation before you break out gap. I'm thinking around that area, and then simultaneously look at this nice trend line, guys, that we have. That's a really sharp trend line confluencing right in this vicinity, so I don't mind that area. So I think the Russell could easily come down to 241.50-ish. That should be a big bounce area. Should be. A lot of support in here, guys. There's a ton. If the Russell were to come into this area, there's a lot of confluence right in this vicinity down here. I mean, so I think the prudent thing to do is to trim half of our put options, keep an in the money stop, because there's likely going to be a bounce at some point. But again, some of the leading stocks, guys, Western Digital, that's gapping down this morning. You got Micron. And you have to wonder, are they gapping this down just ahead of AMD earnings so that they can pump it right back up? Or is this truly a little bit more of a top? There's quite a bit of weakness, guys, across the whole complex. Even look at crypto, right? Ethereum getting slapped. I saw Tom Lee looking pretty pale. Look at Bitcoin, guys. I mean, that is just looking filthy. Bitcoin looking like a nice H pattern playing out. Nastiness. Absolutely filthy. Let me clean this up here because we are violating some key levels here. And this sets up a move down to 96.90. Looking real nasty. Let's look at crude oil quickly. WTI still trying to form a bit of that inverted head and shoulders on the daily. I think crude oil is an interesting opportunity here. Natural gas is still trying to blister higher, guys. Nat gas is trying to squeeze to the upside. You can see it dipped and then getting bought right back up. UNG has been trading an insane amount of volume. Take a look at that daily chart breakout on UNG, guys. That looks clean, clean, clean. What's funny is the UNG ETF has been lagging, but it's looking pretty poised for a continuation move after a little bit of consolidation. Let's look at uranium real quick. URA has been coming in pretty sharply, looking like a bit of a topping formation, maybe a head and shoulders. Really, it shows that if you were to test the neckline on this head and shoulders, URA comes down to 48 bucks. Therefore, Oklo, guys, is looking real heavy here. I still have some shares short Oklo. I've been sitting. This is another one I've just been getting my face ripped off for a number of weeks here on some commons that I have. But I still think Oklo needs to be sub 90 bucks. You know, back inside this mean trend channel. And then I would actually consider buying it. You know, I was looking into some of this nuclear tech as well over the weekend, and these small modular reactors, specifically by Westinghouse, are quite fascinating. Quite fascinating. A lot of work, a lot of value, a lot of work to build into these valuations, but certainly interesting, these nuclear names. But it's a sea of red out there today, guys. It really is. Not too much stocks are green at the moment. What else can we discuss real quick? Let me pull up my other scanner. We got 13 minutes. All right, so we discuss that. NSP. Let's look at ALAB. I think ALAB also reports earnings. Stock is under a little bit of pressure. Bloom Energy. This stock has been absolutely relentless, guys. So relentless. It is finally gapping down just a little bit today. This one could be a short. I think it could be putting in a bit of a weekly topping tail this week. Still super duper extended, but starting to come in pretty sharply. Some transport stocks are under pressure. RCL, Royal Caribbean Cruise Line, getting absolutely slapped, gapping down below a massive daily 200 level. This one's not into a bad area for a long attempt, guys. You know, you've gapped over that gap. BE, wow. This is a hard breakdown on RCL. Right through the 50 weekly MA. That's crazy. I mean, it could get a bounce. A lot of liquidity was trapped in here. A ton. Wow. I'm going to keep that one on watch for sure. Let's see, most active. Uber down about 7. Big Bear AI. This one has also been getting slapped around, guys. BBAI really coming in. So a bit of a failed breakout on BBAI, which means that it can go absolutely lower. HIMS is trying to hold on to some strength. So HIMS had that big spike up. It had a big wick down in the pre-market, and then it had a big spike up. So big wick down, big spike up, and now it's kind of just slightly green on the session, but HIM's daily chart is looking pretty nasty as well. Let's look at QuantumScape QS because this has been a strong name. Yeah, also QuantumScape could be cooked here. Stock could be done. Could at least come back down to this sub 13 bucks. Let's look at these lithium plays. LAC, I know a couple of people are looking at lithium. Told them to stay the hell away from lithium. And that is coming in pretty sharply as well. Bear flag on STX hourly. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. This is just still a strong stock. I mean, it's a tougher short. I'm not saying it can't fall, but it's still such a tough short, STX. Really, really tough. All right, what else we got going on? Citigroup under a lot of pressure, most trades. Let's look at Pfizer real quick. Yeah, Pfizer also report earnings. Stock is under a little bit of pressure. This is one of what's his name, Mr. Barry's long positions. Pfizer. I hate trading Pfizer. I mean, it's yeah, Pfizer's just a value trap. It's going to be putting in this large basing formation, I feel like. Probably larger than PayPal's. NVO keeps selling off, guys. Novo Nordisk. Quite interesting to see that as well. This one's getting real interesting from a long standpoint. Real interesting. All right, I gotta go grab some more coffee and then we'll settle in for the live trading session here, guys. So, a couple little positions to pair back off of the open. We're gonna have that Russell 2000 trade work out quite nicely for us. If you're in the members option group, that is working out very, very well. You can see that the low we already made in the Russell is down here. Just gonna mark that so that we can see it on the regular trading hours. There we go. So the Russell is well off of its lows, but that is the low that it made. All right, so Russell 10 minute. And then obviously we'll keep Palantir on watch here since it is the hype train. Hype train. Wow, look at NCLH. NCLH is getting clobbered on its earnings. Norwegian Cruise Line. Where are we going to trade this stock today? Wow. Filthy declines, guys. Really, really sharp declines. They are ruthless today. They are ruthless today, guys. The Bears are eaten. But could it be a turnaround Tuesday? We will find out. 1927 looks like a good zone to try to scalp long if we flush into that. So again, I'm looking at Archer, guys, for long Archer aviation. Not a bad area, I think, for a bit of a scalp long. But just keep in mind, I'm looking at paring back my Ondas today, trimming that short. I'm also looking at paring back my IWM puts, taking profits on those 243s that we swung yesterday. Gold is even seeing quite a sharp decline today. That's due to the dollar breaking out. So gold's in a nasty area for a short. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I'm just going to fill up my coffee. It's under a lot of pressure. Ton of sell side hitting the tape today. You got all mega caps pretty much getting rocked on the session. So there's going to be a big buy the dip, but probably the smart thing to do is just give a little bit of time to the market to settle out. I'm going to keep this Palantir daily chart open. Again, you're likely going to see a big buy the dip. Whoops. How's Tessie doing today? So right now you have the IWM the weakest, QQQ the second weakest, and SPY the strongest out of the three, but still down 1%. Yeah, Tesla down almost 3%, Meta down 1.37, Google down 2.65, Apple down 0.7, Nvidia down 1.9, Microsoft down 1, Amazon down 1.73. So you actually have Apple holding up the best right now, and which is kind of interesting because Apple did go through some of that initial sell side pressure, right? It was getting rocked yesterday. I got Meta on my other screen, guys. I do like Meta into that gap fill. Metaphor long off of the 620 Pierce of 626. I think Meta is very interesting, guys. Meta's getting very oversold down here on the 10-minute chart. Right, here we go. Let's get ready to rumble. Dollar is ripping, guys. Dollar's trying to press to new highs. Things are getting wrecked. Wrecked. So again, guys, I'm looking at taking off half of my IWM puts, half of my November 7th 243 Russell puts. I'm going to trim half. Hopefully they give us some good prices. Looking at Archer for a long, looking at Meta for a long, got Palantir on watch. Datavolt I'm watching. Nat Gas is still holding. We will see, guys. There's still a lot of earnings, right? A lot of earnings. I wouldn't say we have a recession signal yet. I mean, my macro fundamental side is yes, recession, 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 but technicals, guys, this is just a one-day event. We have to let this go through the system, see how we close, right? It's not a matter how we open, it's a matter how we close. That's the big thing, guys. Markets can gap down. We could be back to the highs today. We could have a turnaround Tuesday. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but just understand that it's a matter of how the markets close. Wow, that spread is big on the Russell right now. 243 pits. Pay us. Pay us. All right, guys, I'm trimming half my IWM 243 puts. Boom. 3.3 fill, guys. Sold half of my Russell 243 puts. Can see Palantir getting a nice fat bounce off of that zone. Look at the IWM, guys. Nice profits secured this morning on the Russell, $1.70. Almost 100% there. Almost 100%. $94, guys, on that first IWM trim. 94% gain from yesterday. That was a member option trade. Archer's catching a nice bid. Sox still pushing. A little bit of strength in some staples. Energy's weak. AMD down 3.92. Lots of red on the screen, guys. Look at that Russell going lower. All right, my next trim members is into the 240 handle. Look at this Russell sell, guys. Palantir's trying to stabilize. Meta's bouncing. Got a lot of stocks getting slapped around. Cypher Mining down 6. Open Door down 5. Tesla down 3. Palantir down 7. Iron down 3.78. Grab down 7.74. Archer's trying to bounce. Look at that sell side pressure, guys. That is just filthy, filthy. You can even get a better fill. You can lock in 100% on your Russell puts right now if you didn't get a fill off of that open. But that is just downright dirty. All right, PLTR is trying to bounce. Let's look at the rest of this complex. How's Tessie? NVIDIA is actually hitting the 7-day moving average today, guys. NVIDIA is hitting the 7-day moving average today. That is something to watch. Does it bounce? Let's look at Tesla's trying to bounce steady here. Wow, Royal Caribbean is getting smoked. Absolutely smoked here, guys. Wow. I have a long level down on this Russell, guys. Look at Palantir now. We're getting wrecked. Go, Palantir, go. Go, Palantir, go. Nastiness. Sell down to that 180, Palantir. Sell down to the 180. Come on. Here, drill it, drill it. Meta catching that fat bid. Look at Meta, guys. Wow. Look at Meta. Just a huge reversal off that gap. That is a clinical bounce. I was just busy pairing profits to really get into anything, and probably the spread was wide on Meta there, but right into that gap fill on Meta. Stunning, stunning bounce. I am looking at Archer here, guys, for a bit of a long. This is now gapping down yet again, getting pretty oversold intraday. I'm looking at Archer, maybe $10 calls. Let's flip back to Palantir. I want to keep that on watch. Let's see what our SPY is doing. High WM new lows. SPY just selling to the lows, guys. Holy moly. Look at PLTR. That is just filthy. All right, guys, I'm going to look to take all of my IWM profits here because this is getting a little bit filthy to the downside here. And we can always reassess. All right, close all of my IWM puts at 350, guys. 350 member trade, all out of my IWM puts from $1.70 entry yesterday to 350. Beautiful, just over 106% gain. I like it. Thank you very much. Trade is banked. Trade is banked, guys. Palantir, I'm also riding the 180s for November 14th. 180 puts. Look at that S&P. All right, this is a big area for the Russell, guys. Big area. Look at Palantir. This is where they should try to defend PLTR. I'm going to look to trim one of my Palantir puts, guys. These are my lotto earnings. These are my lotto earnings puts. Again, I'm going to trim one. See if I can get a $5 exit here. Actually, you know what? Let this thing fall into that 20-day. Come on, fall, PLTR, fall. All right, guys, I did trim one of my PLTR puts. The market can get a bounce here. Oof, do I want to take Archer here? Do I want to take Archer here? So again, I still got one more put option on Palantir for November. No, it's a 180 put. It's a 180 put that I swung yesterday for November 14th. Beautiful. 77% gain on that first trim on PLTR, guys. 77% gain. Let's look at SPY here because SPY is still trying to melt lower. Nice technical breakdown on SPY, triggering a bit of a head and shoulders formation. We could be retesting 671 on SPY. Things are looking real filthy here. Lots of red still on the screen, guys. A ton of red. Things are looking real nasty. Real nasty here. Ondas, that's catching a bit of a bid here. Not much green on the screen. Pfizer's green. Palantir now down 9.6. Tesla down 4. SoFi down 5. Big Bear AI down 6. Amazon down 1. That's actually holding somewhat steady. What alert did I just get here? Mobileye. Wow. What the hell's Mobileye doing? But that's a nasty decline. All right, guys. It's just in, I guess, triage mode here. Paring back some recent positions. Again, I did take my full profits on the IWM. Full profits with members. Yep, Palantir 180s are printing. That's right, Sarf. That's right. And I got time on the November 14th, so I'm hoping it gets there today. I would love to see it get into this gap fill. I would be a big buyer for a bounce trade. That's for sure. Big buyer. All right, I'm looking at this Archer Aviations. All right, Micron's catching a big bid. Nat Gas is still trying to push, guys. All right, guys, high risk trade here. High risk, extreme high risk. Archer, 1050 calls, November 7th. I got a fill at 40 cents. Archer, 1050 calls, November 7th. Please understand this is super risky. Size it appropriately, guys. Size it appropriately. SPY and the Russell are still a little bit weak. The market is still heavy here, guys. Really heavy. Palantir still getting smoked. Definitely some support here on PLTR, guys. Again, I just picked up some Archer 1050 calls, guys. November 7th. This is very aggressive and risky. Super aggressive. We traded this one yesterday. Palantir still heavy. SPY's trying to bounce. Your Russell's trying to bounce. Russell is into a big support area here. Bouncing off of the major hourly chart moving average. Huge volume zone for the Russell. Come on, Archer. Get your big butt up there. Palantir's bouncing, guys. Quite nicely. The S&P and SPY are bouncing quite nicely, guys. Looking at SPY here. Big bounce for your S&P 500. Big bounce on that Russell 2000. Look at that Russell bounce, guys. That is stunning. Stunning bounce on the Russell. That's why we took profits, full profits into that area, because that is technically a bullish backtest of this breakout zone. Huge upsloping trend line. Massive pivot zone. Crazy. That's a big area. Ethereum's still down. Chipotle's green. PGR's green. Merc is green. Ondas went green. Wow. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Come on, Archer. Get your big butt up there and fly. Fly, baby. Fly away home. Again, this is super risky because it does have earnings this week. Palantir's trying to stabilize. Look at this Russell 2000 bounce, guys. Holy moly. What a bounce is right. That is crazy. Come on, Archer. Fly, baby. Go green. Are we getting that turnaround Tuesday? Nat Gas is still strong. Palantir down 8.87. Tesla down 3.5. Big profit stays secured, guys, in the member option group. Nice over 100% gain on Russell puts. Made a quick 1700. I swung 10 contracts overnight on the IWM 243s. $1.70. Exit around the 350 zone. So beautiful little profits there. Now we're looking at long Archer. Come on. Make these cons fly. Make these cons fly, guys. Fly, fly, fly. Natural gas is still trying to break out to the high side. K-View's gone green. Pfizer's ripping. Ondas ripping. A lot of stocks are trying to shake and move off of the lows. Go, Archer. Recapture that low from yesterday. You're back inside that wick. Get above that PDL level and hold. Hold steady and fly. Come on. Look at that Russell bounce. Holy moly, that is incredible, guys. Absolutely incredible. There's a whole bunch of buy the dip liquidity flowing right back into this market right now. People are buying that dip. How's Shopify doing? Shopify getting a fat bid. Uber's kind of lagging a little bit, guys. Uber's definitely lagging a little bit. PLTR, let me look that on the other screen. Palantir still bouncing off of that clinical neckline retest. I mean, look at that daily chart backtest of that breakout trend line. You know, the daily chart is just picture perfect backtest and bounce. That's where we took some profits. Still have time on the 180s for November 14th, but we did trim. Come on, Archer. Get your big butt up there. I'd love to see Archer. If Archer can get these 1050s in the money today, that would print, guys. Absolutely print. DVLT trying to make a bit of a bullish reversal off of the lows. DataVolt, guys. DataVolt. Trying to make that reversal. Quantum stocks still weak on the session, but acting a little bit better. All right, SPY is hitting its first little resistance pivot, guys. So SPY is basically tagging a previous gap. Now, this is technically a bearish gap over a bullish gap. That is not a good thing. If we don't recapture this gap fill, this market can sell back off down to this 671 breakout range. So whenever you gap over, a bearish gap over a bullish gap, that is just asking for trouble. Telling you. You got to watch that. IREN goes green on the session. Wow, impressive Iron. Catching a bid. SPY down 0.94. Russell down 0.95. QQQ down 1.3. There's still a whole bunch of selling in this market, guys. Even with the initial bid that we're getting, there is still a whole bunch of selling. Apple is having a day today, going green. Come on. Oh, these frickin' archers. Give me a move. Come on, archer. Come on. Blast off. Blast off into space. Palantir right back down, guys. PLTR coming in. Datavolt trying to fill that gap, guys. DVLT. DVLT trying to fill that gap. Go DVLT. Come on, Archer. Get your big butt up there. Still have a lot of stocks red. Although you're getting a big buy the dip, there's a ton of stocks under pressure. Micron still down 4, Western Digital down 3, Lululemon down 1.7, Google down 1.4, Snap's down, PayPal's down 2.87, Ethereum down 2 but trying to bounce. Nat Gas is still holding steady. Tesla's got a fat little bounce trying to form. Apple's green, Meta down 0.9. Nvidia down 2, Microsoft down 1.2. Palantir still looking fragile. Go Datavolt, go. Go Datavolt, go. SPY, big area for SPY. It's trying to rip through that resistance. Look at that Russell. Holy moly, that's a fat bounce, guys. Turn around Tuesday or what? Holy moly. This is why you gotta freaking trim so fast. Because, jeez, they just rip it right back up. Now we could go lower, but this is a good defending of support so far. Oh my goodness, guys, Datavolt is ripping. Palantir's still a dog. Craziness. Today, Home Builders down 1%, Carvana down 2.6, MRK having a good day, Pfizer having a good day. AMD still down 2%, but well off of the lows. Solar stocks are trying to hold steady. Come on, Archer. Get your big butt up there. Palantir's still looking pretty heavy here, guys. Seems like Palantir wants to go back down for another kiss to that 20-day moving average. Look at SPY ripping. A little bit more stocks turning green, guys, on the session. We are seeing buy the dip coming in full force. Still have semiconductors under some pressure. Fubo up 4.91%. Fubo ripping. Walmart's green. Regional banks are still sucking on the session. Energy stocks still under some pressure. VIX is up 8.8%. Humana's green. Copper under pressure. BABA still down 1.5%. SCCO down 4%. Wow. Rocket Labs down 3.68. ASTS down 1.26. Costco's green. Hershey's green. Go figure. Hershey's green after Halloween. Halloween sales are ripping. Wow. SPY is still just meandering at this key zone here, guys. This is a big pivot here. Look at them rip it. Ripper. Yep, plug is ripping. Thank you very much for the input there. Double G. Again, the market is getting a fat buy the dip, guys. Palantir is not really... Look at that red to green reversal in plug. Yeah, good observation. Good. It looks like Datavolt's going to do the same thing as plug, guys. You're seeing a lot of these high beta assets getting absolutely bought up on this dip. Quantum names, fat candle bounce. IONQ is trying to hold that prior day low. Look at First Solar going green, guys. PLTR, though, lagging. So this is where you have the strong stock not getting as much love. Some of that capital is rotating. Robinhood getting a fat buy program. Let's look at Roblox. Roblox kind of lagging a little bit. Let's look at, what else did I want to look at here? SoFi, that was the one. SoFi. SoFi, big bounce for sure. SPY and the Russell are still trying to push here, guys. Wow. Talk about ripping people's face off if they tried shorting this bounce. Yesterday was the play. Swinging puts overnight was the absolute play, guys. We crushed those IWM 243s. Wow. Come on, Archer. Get your big butt up there. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Market is running into a little bit of overhead resistance now. The Russell's still trying to press. The risk to reward has certainly been narrowed now. Tesla's breaking out to another high of day. So Tessie's looking quite a bit structurally more bullish. The dip buyers are coming in, guys. QQQ still underperforming, down 1%, but the Russell's now outperforming, guys. So this is why some of those higher beta stocks are catching fat bids off the lows, because the Russell is now outperforming the S&P 500. It went from the lagger ETF early on in the session to now the outperformance. On SPY, you have 674 pre-market low. I don't know. It's a tough trade. It's a tough trade right now. We basically almost kissed that 674, 70-ish area. You know, we could easily come down, but this is a hard bounce. The fact that we've just done a pretty much a V-shaped recovery, I mean, it looks like look at this V shape. Incredible. It looks like they're going to take us green. No joke. Looks like they're going to take us green. And that's why I said it's not a matter of how the markets open, it's a matter of how they close. We got a lot of trading ahead of us, guys. A lot. Apple's selling off right now. But this could be turnaround Tuesday, right? You got these little nicknames on Wall Street. Could be a turnaround Tuesday. Again, they've gapped stocks down. They've sold off semiconductors. They sold off mega cap tech. You know, you look at Meta. Meta's been disgustingly wiped, and Meta's actually green on the session, guys. So look at that. Oh, I wish I took that. That was a top setup, guys. I was just too busy managing my shorts, but I gave you that level ahead. I said Meta's along into that gap. I was just too busy. I wish I had two more hands. You know, you can only execute so many things. Yeah, ANET caught a decent bounce. Everything's catching a bounce here, guys. Uber. Let's look at Uber. Uber's trying to defend that EMA sweep of liquidity. So looking pretty decent. How's Lyft doing? Lyft gap down, getting a bit of a bounce. PLTR is still a little bit weak, guys. This is one that it is being defended, but it's showing a little bit of relative weakness compared to other stocks right now. But your S&P is still ripping, guys. It looks like they're going to take the Russell green. Don't know about SPY, but that Russell chart looks hella strong. I mean, incredible. Absolutely incredible on the Russell. That's why we exited all of our IWM puts into that. There's a ton of support down there, guys. We mapped out those levels in the pre-market. Backtest of a bullish breakout, upsloping trend line, and you have an hourly chart. I don't have it here on this chart right now, but I have it on my other screen. There's a massive 365 moving average on the hourly chart. Why don't I have it here? Do I have it turned off? Yeah, I have it turned off. It's on my other screen. So the Russell has had a phenomenal bounce. S&P still trying to trend. Tesla pushing. Gold is interesting. Gold has been pummeled, but it's trying to catch a bit of a bounce right now. Tempting to take some GLD calls here. Tempting. Very tempting. Doing a nice sweep of some liquidity on gold. It's looking pretty bearish, but I think that they could push gold back to 39.75 today. What are we at? 39.54. Interesting. Wow, look at the IWM, guys. I now have some stocks turning green across the board here. Pretty cool. Come on, Archer. Don't frickin' lag, man. Get your big butt up there and fly, you eVTOL liquidity. Just soar. Coterra Energy having a good day. Wow. Crazy day already, guys. Crazy day already in the trading room. There's going to be more opportunities. Just be patient. See how this market wants to settle out. They could easily take us back down to the lows, or they can take us to gap fill. Now it's in no man's land, right? SPY and Russell are in no man's land. You're basically off of the lows, well off of the lows, but you're off of that gap fill. So it's dicey here, right? They want people to chase, all for them to capture that liquidity. Uber still down 7. NVTS, guys, that's coming in hard. That's also down, what, 8% today off its earnings. Nice bounce, though, off of the lows. Acting very, very well. Cypher got bought up, guys. IREN, so the stocks that were strong yesterday, absolutely bullish reversals. What the heck is this DENN? Oh, that's just a buyout. Nothing to do there. But Tessie, look at Tessie trying to go. Ripping to the upside. Big, big mover. Plug Power being sold into again. Grab. I know a lot of people like Grab. I've been looking at building into a position. Wow. Damn, did we miss that back test? Look at that back test on Grab. That is a clean bounce. EMA 113, bullish trendline breakout back test. Grab looks ready to go. Should have grabbed some shares. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. That is filthy, guys. Intel still down. Hertz. Oh my goodness. Hertz is hurting the shorts. Look at Hertz today, guys. Up 31% and squeezing. That was a full-fledged long trade, guys. Wow, look at that. 16% intraday rally since the open. Why did no one tell me about that? Damn, I should have called out Hertz. Oh, that's crazy. That is crazy. Let's look at some of these other leaders. Rocket Lab catching a fat bid off of the lows. A-Lab making a red to green reversal. How's Bloom Energy? BE fat candle bid off of the lows. Very, very interesting. MRK absolutely ripping to the upside. How's Disney? Because these communication stocks seem to be wanting to rip here. Disney still down 1.14%. Fubo absolutely ripping. Damn. ASTS, that's ripping. How's RKT? That's Carvana. Carvana gap down, still holding a little bit of value there. Chipotle's gone green. CMG still trying to shake out a lot of these weak hands off that earnings gap down, guys. Ethereum and crypto are getting a nice bounce today. What else? SPY and the Russell guys are still trying to trend here, guys. Look at that fat candle bounce. You knifed through the 50-day moving average on your IWM, and they are bouncing this market. Again, it's looking like it is a bit of a turnaround Tuesday. Again, we have a lot of time, but that is a fat bounce on the market. I think that if you form this hourly candle, bullish candle, you're going to get a small retrace, and that retrace is probably going to get bought up for a trend day, guys. I could see a trend day on the Russell. I could see 246 on the IWM, guys. That would not surprise me at all. Gold trying to bounce. Tesla still acting exceptionally well. Nvidia still acting well. The Russell's starting to come in just a little bit. SPY holding value. Apple seeing a little bit of selling. Archer Aviation's not really cooperating just yet, but we still got time. We got lots of time. Wow, that symbolic is catching a nice bid. IWM pulling back a little bit. This is where I think small caps are going to catch that bid, guys. I'm going to take some upside lottos on the Russell. Let me see here what I like. What are we at? 243.30. Palantir going back to 200. Yeah, Palantir is bouncing pretty sharply here, guys. Pretty sharply for sure. Wow, IWM 246 calls are so cheap right now. 9 cents, guys. All right, I'm going to take a high risk, guys. I'm going to take 20 contracts, IWM 246 calls, 0 DTE. All right, I'm filled at 9 cents here. Sized for loss, guys. This is a lotto. This is a lotto on the Russell. 246 calls on the Russell. It's a lotto. I'm just playing with some profits. We will see if we can hit that. We took profits on our puts. Again, this is risky because we could easily go right back down to the lows. But I'm rolling some profits into a potential continuation trend bounce. Pray for me. Archer still softening up here. Looking to see some more sell side pressure. Dangerous. Dollar still holding steady. Palantir some top wicks. SPY still trying to trend. Excuse me. Ugh. Again, I'm seeing financials retaining some structure today. They have gone green. How many prayers I want? As many as you can give me. Thank you, Ram. And I'm calling a trend day, guys. Calling a trend. I think they're going to take the Russell green. Come on. Take that IWM green. Trend us. Trend us. I want a trend day. I want a trend day. Kevin's saying ANGI 1.2 million call sweep at the ask on the 1250 call expiring November 21st. ANGI. Not too familiar with that ticker, but let's take a peek here, shall we? So 1250 call expiring November, so it's an in the money. Okay, interesting. Yeah, this is looking like it's gonna catch a nice bounce too. Extremely oversold. I mean, the only problem is you're into this gapped window here. So, but there's a bit of a falling wedge pattern that I'm quickly observing here. You've knifed through the wedge, doing almost what looks to be a bit of a liquidity sweep. So they needed to get back inside that wedge, and then you have a falling wedge. Alternatively, you have an even steeper declining wedge where you could see maybe it still has a little bit more downside. So potentially a little bit more downside to that 1250 area. All right, the markets are selling off here a little bit. This is dangerous. They're trying to eat my calls. They are eating my calls up. Don't break my heart. Nvidia's selling off here. Let's see what type of a retrace this is. So yeah, as long as you kind of hold this this upper 23% fib retrace, guys, the market can still bounce here, but we'll see. Wow, Archer getting slapped right back down. That's just getting nasty with it. Nasty. Archer back sub 10 bucks. Uh-oh. Archer's trying to eat. What are you doing, Archer? What are you doing? The volatility is real on Archer. All right, Hertz is still pumping. Pfizer's still pumping. Uber still down 6.3. Rigetti down 4. NVTS down 8.4. Cypher back to the negative side. Plug Power back to the negative side. Palantir still testing 192 down 7.2%. Trying to put in a bit of an hourly chart bottoming tail formation. Wow, this Archer's just getting annihilated right now. Yet again going lower. Yet again going lower. What are you doing, Archie? Come on, you know you want to defend that fib. Looks like they might sweep the low on Archer again. Trying to dump it. Wells Fargo's green, for Solar green, Datavolt still down 4.89%. BlackBerry's negative. Still lots of selling under the hood of the market. Uh-oh. IWM trying to get cracked down here. Archer made a new low. SPY is still holding its value, but Nvidia is selling off. Semiconductors are certainly weak right now. You still have staples sector green, real estate green, and healthcare slightly green. Financials are doing the best on the session. XLK underperforming, energy, XLE underperforming, and industrials underperforming. Oof, they are knifing my IWM lottos. That's why they're lottos. They're sized for loss. We'll see what we get here. Ooh, Nvidia's selling off now hard, guys. Uh-oh. Things aren't looking as rosy as they were. Still think there could be a big bounce. Come on, turnaround Tuesday. But lots of selling still occurring under the hood of this market. The only positive is that the dollar is softening a little bit, guys. Your DXY coming in. And SPY's actually holding quite steady here. Look at the selling in the Russell. Russell's had a nasty pullback, whereas SPY is actually holding pretty decently. So now the Russell with this pullback is back to underperforming, but SPY really held some positive structure. You look at Amazon, Amazon's holding positive structure. You look at Meta, Meta's actually holding positive structure. So Amazon and Meta are green right now. Interesting. Gold still getting clobbered. Look at gold trying to be defended as well. Come on, Archer. Huge volume there on Archer. Big volume on the Russell. All right, pump us back to the high side. You've pulled back enough. Give us a move back up. SPY starting to see some selling now. Nvidia still heavy. Tesla still down 2.6. Meta down, or sorry, Netflix down 0.63. Datavolt coming in again. Webull sucking on the session as per usual. Natural gas back to the negative side. Crude oil back to the negative side. VIX UVXY up 3.24%, guys, and trying to trend here. Uh-oh. We are, after trimming our put options, we are in lotto upside calls, rolling in a tiny amount of the profit into some home run hits, potentially. Potentially. Let's see how much these would be worth. If these 246 calls get in the money for the Russell, let's roughly see what they would be worth. IWM 246s, 0 DTE. What did I get in at? 246 call. I got in at 0.09. And I got 20 cons. Calculate. Come on, Russell, bounce it. We're looking at maybe if these hit 246s, maybe 500%, between 500 and 800%, maybe. We'll see. Come on, trend it. Trend it. Trend it, Russell. Archer's not really cooperating, but trying to defend its price off of the lows. A lot of volume traded down there. Go, IWM, go. 246 Lottos. Print it. Take the Russell. Green. Turn around Tuesday. Turn around Tuesday. Rip it. Come on, Russell. Rip it. Archer, rip it. A little bit more green starting to appear, guys. We got some green on the screen. We got some green on the screen. You've got some. Palantir still testing 191, down 7.5%. You know, the interesting thing that I'm observing today is, guys, financials, through all this stress and sell side pressure, they're staying pretty firm. And that's part and parcel probably due to the fact that money's rotating out of tech today. It has to stay in the market and it's staying in financials. So financials are acting well. When financials are green, that does put a little bit of underlying confidence in the market. You know, if financials were getting wrecked today too, I wouldn't be taking these lottos. But the fact that I'm observing some relative strength in XLF, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, that makes me a little bit confident. So that's a little bit of your intermarket analysis. Why I'm taking some of these lotto calls. Financials do put some faith in the market. It's still a very big sector of the S&P 500. It's not a guaranteed signal, but it's just a small little observation. Come on, IWM, punch it to a new high of day. Archer's now trying to recapture some steam. Again, we've taken profits on the short side. We're in Archer Lottos 1050s. We're in IWM Lottos. We've took some profits on our Palantir puts. Took over 100% on our IWM puts with members. So we are just rolling in some profits into these lotto trades in anticipation for a reversal. Wow, lithium stocks are getting smoked, guys. Holy moly. Someone asked me about lithium yesterday. I can't remember who, but they are getting absolutely wrecked. I mean, ALB smoked. LAC, just no underlying bid. Look at these rare earths as well. CRML. Actually, that's gone green, guys. Wow, interesting. Interesting. Come on, Archer. Go back to the positive. Get above that daily EMA. 113. Nice little reversal trying to build on Archer. Fly away. Fly away. A little bit more green, guys, starting to appear on the screen. It's getting a little bit rosier out there. A little bit more green starting to appear on the screen. SPY still just trading sideways. Energy stocks still sucking. Fubo having a great day, up 6. Intel getting smoked. That is down sharply on the session. And one of the reasons I'm trading the IWM is because there's so much tech liquidity coming out of the market today. I feel like when there's that tech rotation trade, you know, selling from semis, those semiconductors buyers love to bid up small caps. That's one of the reasons we're also trading the IWM. And you look at it from a structure standpoint, you know, stocks that had big bounces right off of that opening candle, names like Plug, Data Vault, a lot of these high beta assets, quantum names had really strong bids. So we'll see what happens here. Come on, Russell. Get your big butt up. Up, up, and away. Give me a new high a day. Looking pretty decent. We are looking pretty decent. Archer, come on. Start flying. IWM. Doo-doo. Doo-doo. The only regret was not buying the Russell down here. I was just too busy closing my puts. Archer's starting to fly, guys. IWM is starting to fly. Let's go. We are long. We are strong. Come on. Keep it going. Keep it going, Russell. New high of day, baby. Let's go, Russell. Let's go. Print it. Print it to the high side. Let's go. Our calls are starting to wake up, guys. Don't say I didn't warn you. Come on, Russell. Come on, Russell. Get your big butt up there. We also got Champions League games today, guys. A bunch of soccer for any fans out there. My team is Arsenal, representing the jersey today. It'd be nice to make some profits here. Got some big games, though. Champions League games. All right, back to the market. You still have the dollar index, DXY, above the psychological $100 area. Okay, that's a concern. Nvidia, no love for Nvidia right now. Still selling off, down 2.23%. Gold down $52, 1.3%. Nat gas is now selling. Crude oil selling. Bitcoin still down 2%. Crypto has just been a bloodbath. Avis is saying soccer is my life. Mine too. I love my soccer. Who's your team, Avis? Who's your team? Real Madrid? Um, Ram saying played soccer. A cabin saying ANET more calls hitting the tape 850K. I know this market is I'm seeing a lot of bullish flow as well. I appreciate you putting that in there, cabin. But yeah, ANET, look at that bullish reversal, and it was a pretty, you know, I don't know why TradingView isn't reflecting it, but it's a big level for ANET, guys. This is still a bullish pattern, setting higher highs, higher lows. And this is what I mean. The market is still structurally set up to go higher. We're still acting very, very well in this overall market environment. Yeah, ANET is ripping, guys. Absolutely ripping here. PLTR trying to get going as well. Interesting. Now you have a little bit more outperformance in SPY as the Russell's taking a breather. But notice the relative strength here, guys. Notice how the IWM is above its prior day low and SPY is still below its prior day low. So that's kind of an interesting divergence between the two indices. So that's also another reason why we're trading the Russell, because the Russell's recaptured its PDL level, whereas the SPY hasn't recaptured its yet. So there will be some sell side pressure likely on SPY off of this 679.94 area. Simultaneously, if you look at the S&P, kind of a pierce through that PDL level will be a back test of this upsloping wedge pattern. This is a bearish wedge pattern breakdown. So the bulls want to try to get back inside that wedge. You like Liverpool and Newcastle? Liverpool faces, who do they face today? Real Madrid today. That's a big game. Newcastle also plays, I can't remember. Pretty good teams. You work in soccer? What do you mean you work in soccer? You a commentator? You a fitness trainer, physio, marketing, sports marketing? What do you do? If you don't mind. You don't have to, but pretty cool. That's another place I'd move to is England just to be part of the English Premier League football fan. I'm a diehard. All right, guys, the market is still just consolidating, digesting some of these gains. Your S&P still looks like it can push higher. The Russell still looks like it can push higher. Player development and scout. Oh, that's pretty sweet. That's really cool. Wow. Give me some inside tips for the betting markets. Come on. Some insider information. That's pretty sweet. What country are you in, if you don't mind me asking? All right, guys, Nvidia's still looking pretty weak. Palantir's still trying to bounce. Palantir's still inside of its initial 10-minute hard volume sell candle. So if we look at Palantir, I think this is going to be another barometer for the market. If Palantir can clear this high pivot candle, we're probably going to keep trending here. But buying the dip is coming in full force. You're in the US, but you're from Argentina. Lionel Messi fan. Oh, that's also fun. I love watching Messi. He's just eating it up in the MLS right now. Inter Miami. They got a big game coming up. You work at a pro club there? That's pretty sweet, man. Super jealous. That's a really cool job. I always wanted to be involved in football, soccer somehow. That's a really cool gig. Come on. Let's see what's happening here. Archer Aviation, guys, trying to get above that volume shelf. Come on, give me a new high of day, Archer, and fly. Fly, 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 fly. Still long the 1050s. High risk still riding the 246 zeros on the Russell. Palantir trying to make a move. The problem is your semiconductors, guys. Nvidia's starting to sell off a little bit more here. Micron going through a bit of distribution. So that's hindering SPY. But like I said, that rotation out of semis could be the catalyst for pushing the Russell higher. We have seen that divergence in the market quite a few times. Right now, the IWM is actually outperforming the Qs. SPY is still outperforming the Russell and the Qs, so there's still relative strength in your S&P. But if semiconductors sell off, that does leave a lot of capital the opportunity to rotate somewhere else. That's at least what I'm hoping for. Palantir still trying to hold at 193.30. Nvidia now down 2.2, selling off, looking like Nvidia wants a potential new low of day. What are your picks? What are your picks? Is Liverpool going to beat Real Madrid today? Send me your Champions League picks. I'm going to be putting some money down. Juicy odds. Liverpool, Real Madrid, PSG versus Bayern Munich. Those are some fat, juicy games today. I feel like Liverpool's the trap game team this year. After winning the EPL, they're kind of going through a bit of, I don't know what they're going through. All right, IWM still trying to hold structure. S&P still holding some value. Palantir, guys, this is the barometer of the market, I think. PLTR breaking that 10-minute high candle. Look at that. PLTR breaking out. This could be setting up the market for its next leg. Data Vault still looking A-OK, trying to firm up. Come on, Archer. Get your big butt up there. Tesla's looking a little bit better. Tesla's only down 1.8. Meta back to the negative side. Apple back to the negative. All mega caps are negative. Qs are definitely lagging here. Come on, Russell. All right, SPY trying to break out here. Come on, Archer. Come on, SPY. Come on, Russell. Pump it up. Pump it up. Got to pump it up. Come on, Russell. I needed a big explosion here through this area. You'd say Real Madrid, but I can't suggest those because I haven't watched them. Fair enough. Fair enough. The Mbappe train, Kylian Mbappe, hop on him. Nvidia is selling off, guys, as the S&P and IWM are trying to push. You have Nvidia curling to the downside, falling. It is hurting your SMH a little bit more here. Yeah, Canada's crap. I mean, there's been a couple players that are okay, but we really haven't been putting a lot of money. Soccer hasn't been our sport per se for a long time. We've put some more money into it over the last decade, but it's still a secondary sport compared to, say, hockey. I mean, we've had a couple decent players, Jonathan David, but um, what's the other guy? I'm forgetting his name. He went to Bayern Munich, but all right, Nvidia selling. The market's still trying to hold. That's a positive sign. Palantir ripping to 195. Palantir's trying to climb out from the deep, dark depths below. It's still down 5.89%, but trying to firm up. Come on, IWM, rip it, rip it. Rip it into that 246 handle. Come on, give me a breakout out of this flag pattern. We get a breakout out of this flag pattern, guys, and we could be setting up a symmetrical move here on the Russell, which would give us a move into 245.43. Just a symmetrical move, guys. Come on. Davies, thank you. Yes. Alfonso Davies, thank you. That's exactly who I was thinking about. Yeah, national team's not bad. We're getting better. We're getting better for sure. I mean, we're not at like an Argentina or a France or an England level, but getting better. Or Brazil. But Brazil's kind of faded. I mean, they're hit or miss. Spain's good this year. Damn, Spain's good. I think they're what, probably the favorites. The World Cup's going to be interesting. I'm excited. I am excited for the World Cup. I love the World Cup. Watched Grady McDonald the other day. Interesting player, but not top. Grady McDonald. Who the heck does he play for? Let's look at this. Grady McDonald. Morocco. Oh, okay. Cool. Oh, he's a youngin', 17 years old. Wow, youngin'. You're really going after. That's where the talent lies. Yep. They killed it. Nice. Nice. Super cool. All right, guys, we are still seeing Nvidia absolutely taking the market down here, or at least hindering it. You can see that Nvidia is selling off, looking like it wants to go lower, while the S&P is still trying to hold some value. So you're seeing the Q's actually surprisingly holding up quite extraordinarily well. Look at Microsoft almost going green, guys. Apple still looking pretty constructive. Google still trying to get above its prior day low. Amazon, that's selling off, coming through its prior day. PLTR, after breaking through its 10-minute bear candle, it's now going through a bit of sell side consolidation. Come on, Archer. Archer still just chopping around here. He's from Vancouver. I'm in Seattle going to World Cup game for sure. Fans here, Sounders. Oh, I watched the Seattle Sounders game last night. That was an easy bet. I mean, it wasn't easy, but I put money on Seattle last night. That was crazy. Up 3-0, and then they bouncing back 3-2, and then they finally won 4-2, but that was a nice game. That was a good game. Seattle is crazy. That's my favorite football team, Seahawks, Seattle Seahawks. I went to a game when I used to live in BC. I was very close to Seattle. Used to cross the border. But yeah, Seattle fans are nuts. Very fun. Come on, Russell. Come on, markets. Hold steady. Nvidia is still selling. No bid for Nvidia yet. It's going to be tough for this market to break through these highs if Nvidia keeps selling. And Nvidia does look like it's going to the lows, guys. Yeah, the World Cup's going to be nuts. Very cool that it's split between three countries. US, Mexico, Canada. Very interesting. Oh, the tickets are so expensive. I know. I think I was looking at, I think the cheapest ticket at the opener in Toronto was, I want to say it was 500. I think 500 US, the cheapest. And you're in like probably the nosebleeds. Problem is even getting tickets. Yeah, I think they were 500 US, so it's probably like, well, 40% of that, so like 700 Canadian for the cheapest. And that's providing you get it early and people aren't reselling it, scalping tickets for even higher price. That's assuming you can get it at the base price and people aren't reselling it for even higher based on the demand. Because the demand is going to be insane. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. All right, guys, what's helping the market is that the dollar is trying to sell off a little bit here. Yields are still weak, which is showing some bond accumulation. VIX is quietly getting faded a little bit. Still green on the session. Yeah, that's true. Doesn't really matter where you sit for soccer. Sometimes the higher the better for seeing the pitch. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, all in all, it's still fun. You know, when I was in England and I saw Manchester United versus Fulham, I sat right behind the goals, and I didn't think I would like that, but it was fun. It was really cool, sitting right behind the net, different angle than you traditionally watch when you're on TV. I've sat kind of in the center of the pitch, but it's true. You still enjoy the game, just being there, the vibe. I've sat in the nosebleeds as well, some other games. All right, come on, IWM. IWM's still holding, guys. My puts are basically flat right now, up 1 cent a contract. Woohoo! Looking for this market to still do that turnaround Tuesday. The positive, guys. Here's the positive, right? We had that opening candle for the markets gap down. Within the first 10 minutes, the markets kept selling, making new lows, and then we had a hard rebound for the next 40 minutes. Then we sold off, did a little bit of a consolidation in the upper 25% of this IWM, and we've actually been holding value up here. That's a positive sign. The fact that we've been holding value on the markets leads me to think that they're going to take this Russell positive. Come on. Come on, IWM. Break it. Break it. Again, the symmetry move on the Russell today takes us. Whoa, what am I doing here? I don't need to do that. Symmetry move takes us all the way to this 245 Pierce level. Dollar is selling off a little bit harder, guys. Telling us that some cash is coming out. Could it flow into equities? We will find out. Apple still negative, Google still negative, Meta back to the green side, Tesla still down 2%, Netflix trying to climb back to the positive side, JP Morgan still up 0.47%, Bitcoin still down 2, Nat gas back to basically green to flat. UVXY still up 2.67%. You still have the S&P outperforming. QQQ lagging today. Russell outperforming the Qs, but just behind the S&P. A little bit of selling hitting the tape now. Come on, markets. Give us something to rave about. I was saying Rainy is a fun stock to trade. Has good spikes. I'll take a peek. Let's take a look at RANI. Yeah, it looks pretty volatile, up 11.4. Not looking bad. Showing some relative strength in the market when the market's weak. This one could easily push higher today. It's setting higher highs, higher lows intraday as well. So this pullback probably could be bought. This would actually be the first buy level. Not looking bad at all. Not looking bad at all. Kevin saying Iron, Cypher, and MVTS, nice bounces on this morning. Yeah, again, a lot of these higher beta names, right? Seeing some good accumulation, which is another reason I want this Russell to go green. You can see the Russell's now trying to target that 244, trying to breach that call wall there. Let's look at IREN. Remember, these stocks got absolutely pummeled off of the highs yesterday. Gap down this morning and full on reversals. I mean, epic trades if you went long iron. That was a stellar move. Stellar move. Same thing with Cypher. Cypher also showing some resiliency. Very nice. If Darnold stays healthy and constant, should win the NFC. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. They're looking pretty solid. You know, Seattle's been through quite a bit of a ringer in terms of performance in the football, NFL. They've been in a bit of a rebuilding phase for quite a long time, and they're actually looking very decent. Really good defense as well, shaping up. But you're right, if Sam Darnold can stay strong, he's got a lot of potential. You know, it's been a long time since the Russell Wilson. You know, we found a good replacement for him. Maybe Sam's the right guy. All right, guys, Archer trying to climb here. Come on, Archer. Get your big butt up there. LAFC will, yeah, LAFC is freaking ridiculous with Buanga and Son. I mean, Son, that's unfair. Son to the MLS at that age, like I thought for sure he still had some more years in the EPL. Like he just eats defenders. It's not even fair. Him and Bowanga, I mean, it's crazy. Just that power up front. They're a little bit vulnerable in defense, but yeah, that power, that firing power is just crazy. Yeah, they'll probably that would be the super fan teams, right? Inter Miami versus LAFC. I haven't looked at like how the table formation would play out, if that can even happen, but just from a fan per standpoint, you'd probably have the most fans from Inter Miami and LAFC. I'm hoping Vancouver does well. I like watching the Whitecaps. They're pretty decent. You've got Thomas Muller, ex-Bayern player. He's showing some strength. All right, gold still down 0.91%, but trying to bounce. Crude oil is trying to bounce. Meta's still slightly green. Market is still just chopping. SPY, look at where SPY's trading now, guys. This is a big area. Right at that PDL level. Prior day low. Prior day. Columbus had a stellar performance. What was it, yesterday? FC Cincinnati, I think what they finished first, so they're a solid team all around. But I think FC Cincinnati is going to get knocked out. Columbus, Columbus, if they're playing hot, they can move. They can for sure. Come on, Archer. Get your big butt up there. I'm still riding these 1050s, guys, but they're taking. I'm still riding these 246s, but they're taking a little longer than I expected. Come on. So far, we're just trying to do a good old-fashioned float and grind. You got Palantir selling off a little bit. Still down 6.44%. Nvidia really hasn't made a move. Dollars trying to go back sub 100. Quite interesting. DXY, 1044. Wow, some days just fly, guys. Some days just absolutely fly. All right, Archer, come on. Come on, take Archer Green. Take it back to its gap. And I would love you forever. I will love you. Can we do a 2 for 2 on Archer? Yesterday we traded Archer as well. We entered the 1050 calls down here for a nice bounce. Can we do it again? It's a little bit more stretched now, but a little more sold. All right, the S&P, some sell side pressure off of that prior day low. Needs to try to hold here. What I'm observing on SPY is if we sell off, the next real support is around 678.48 on SPY. You can see it here. I'll flip to the hourly chart. Let me turn off some of these moving averages since we don't really need them. So if SPY gets rejected here, where the bulls need to defend, guys, is right at these previous pivots. So 678.44 is kind of your aggressive buy level. You don't want to lose that because then you could easily retest this EMA at 113 on the hourly. All right, certain stocks are seeing some more sell side pressure. IWM starting to trickle lower. Disappointing. Archer still trying to make a little bit of a push higher. Back above its PDL level. That's a positive. SPY's selling though. Selling pretty hard. Financials are still holding some structure. We are starting to roll over a little bit here. Come on. Push us back up. It's rolling over a little bit here. Definitely a decent sell program coming into the tape. AWM seeing some heavy selling. Archer, SPY, everything coming in here. VIX got a little bit of a pop. Even gold sold off there. Financials are still seeing some strength. Big decline on Archer. Seeing some more selling. To the highs. Pop it back to the highs. Ethereum still trying to bounce a little bit. I feel like Ethereum wants that daily 200 MA though. GDX still down 3%. Wow, Cortera Energy ripping on its earnings. PayPal still sucking on the session. Jeez, PayPal. Nvidia still chopping at the lows, looking pretty weak. Open door down 5%. That's looking pretty weak. BABA's still holding. All right, S&P coming in a little bit harder. This is the level that they want to defend SPY at. We are now tapping into that support zone. We're coming into it. They want to try to bounce SPY here. We'll see if that's the case. Archer getting sold into right now. The whole market is getting sold. Tier starting to roll. SPY still coming in, guys. IWM puts are getting cooked. Sorry, IWM calls are getting cooked. Archer's a little bit of a longer shot now. That's why they're lottos. They could try to fade this market. They need to start stepping in here, or we run the risk of seeing some more selling. It's looking a little bit dicey right now. We're looking structurally set up to trend and bit of a fake out here. They could try to chop us back down to the lows now. The rate of Nvidia and mega caps are basically selling off again. Liquidity is starting to dry up here. Sell side pressure starting to take over yet again. Yikes. Russell 2000 getting slapped. NCLH hitting a potential long level. Wow, look at that drain down 13.35% on NCLH coming into this interesting little gap fill. Look at them drain this market. Wow. Let's see if I can do a scalpel. I think the calls are cheap on NCLH. Let me take a peek. NCLH, Norwegian Cruise Lines. What are we, 1920? $20 call balance? Let's see what we can get here. Maybe 1950s. 1950. Wow, the spread is huge. 20s? Still big. All right, I'm going to look at a common share bounce here, guys, on NCLH. Let me see here. Actually, you know what? This could go lower. Not looking good. The market needs to firm up here. We're going to flush. We are going to flush if we don't firm up here. Oops. Archer still trying to hold above 10 bucks. IWM coming in. Palantir trying to firm up. Come on. What is going on? Still heavy right now. Still super heavy. We are still selling. IWM starting to get liquidated a little bit. S&P losing that hourly chart support level. Uh-oh. Troublesome price action now. What a big bounce, and now we are getting sold into at full force. Those calls are looking cooked, guys. Those calls are looking cooked. Honestly, what they've been doing to all these leaders, they've been dropping them, right? That being said, most of the semiconductor earnings that have come out have been pretty decent. They've popped them up, but honestly, I don't know. I don't know. Is AMD expensive? Yeah, it's super expensive, the stock. But is it a Wall Street darling and favorite? Yes, it is. But it seems like they are gapping down these leaders. So perhaps it's going to get a gap down as well. Wow, this is a hard sell, guys. My IWM calls got absolutely wrecked. They were looking decent. Gotta take a seat now for that. That's too bad. I apologize about those 20 cons. Looking like I'm losing 180 bucks. Oh, that's why they're a lotto. Doesn't always work out. Archer, maybe we have till the end of the week, but they're also under some pressure. I am looking at a bit of a common share trade here. I was thinking about getting into NCLH call options. I would have bought the 1950s, but the spread is so high. So I'm thinking about buying some commons off of a little bit of a dead cat bounce here. I'm just wanting to see this liquidity for NCLH. So yeah, Nvidia is looking super bearish right now. Absolutely disgusting. Lowercase inside bar bear flag H pattern. You're at a little bit of support here, but you lose this area. There's not much support from 200 down to 195. So you could see a $5 drop on Nvidia, right? We have not established much support in this region up until we backtest this previous high pivot zone. So Nvidia is certainly looking dicey, but you're technically at the low of day support zone. I would anticipate that they're going to try to sweep this low candle here and then make some sort of a potential bullish reversal. So liquidity grab, and then maybe a bit of a bounce. Again, you are coming up into this interesting little gap fill on NVIDIA. That gap is around 201. You actually filled it yesterday. Sorry, you filled it this morning. Palantir's still trying to hold some structure. SPY still trying to bounce. No, it's another down week, and then NVIDIA falls and crash. Yeah, or they take us down into the when are NVIDIA earnings? Are they at the end of the month? Maybe they chop us and sell us off, and then NVIDIA saves the day. But if we look at AMD, AMD is still a beast, but the stock is super expensive up here. The stock was super expensive even into this OpenAI pop. Hmm. Nice bounce for AMD, that's for sure. Really solid bounce. AVGO, nice bounce. Oracle sitting right on a key level, but still just falling day after day. Big level here for Oracle. SPY, they're trying to defend that support zone, guys. Hard knife through it, big bounce. Come on. Trend us into the rest of the day. SPY is still technically A-OK. Same thing with the Russell. They're defending this pivot here. The big level is this prior day low, kind of this area here. If you lose this, then you're going down for new lows, but technically the IWM can still try to push here. Sure. Get your big butt up there again. NVIDIA is still looking bearish. Tesla coming in. Even JP Morgan. Plug trying to break. Let's look at Plug here. Yeah, Plug trying to break out here. Needs to hold this value here, but definitely looking a little bit better intraday. Let's look at HIMS here. HIMS has seen that huge reversal back down. Poor HIMS. Needs some healthcare. IREN still green in a weak market. That's acting well. Uber, that's still off of the lows. Shopify, that went green and now coming in pretty sharply. Crazy. Crazy. Open Door. That's still near the lows. Cypher back to the green. Wow, Pfizer did that whole round trip as well. Dead money in Pfizer. Hertz has been holding steady all day, guys. Look at that. Hertz looks like it can push above $7. Especially if the market, I mean, Hertz might be the play. Continuation move. This is your first pullback in Hertz. Hertz might be the play for a higher push. I know it's up a ton, but it's got momentum. $7 call for end of week, 40 cents on the ask. Guys, I entered some Hertz $7 calls. This is high risk. Hertz $7 calls. My stop loss is basically going to be a kind of a close below this area here. So again, high risk. Trying to play Hertz for a bit of a continuation. Again, small size, $7 call, Hertz. SPY still coming in. IWM still coming in. Archer's coming in. Just trying to move up. Come on, give me a new high of day. Hertz is set up for a new high of day. Come on. Squeeze Hertz. Is Hertz on the Wall Street Bets target? Let's see. Wall Street Bets. Is Hertz on the Wall Street Bets target right now? Funny. You're still trying to hold $10. SPY trying to hold 678. Nvidia trying to hold 201.68. All right, the Hertz spread is starting to blow out here, guys. A little bit more volume coming in to the $7 strike. Come on. Pop it into that 7. Give me a new high of day. IWM still just chopping here. Now they're just burning that theta. Come on, Hertz. Keep going. Keep going. IWM dripping. Archer still weak. SPY still coming in. Nvidia looks like it wants new lows. Dollar's trying to hold its opening range high. Come on, Hertz. Get to 7. Get to $7. Hold steady. New high of day. Give it to us. Hertz is trying. All right, guys. So my plan is if we spike into that new high of day $7 area, I'll look to trim half of my Hertz calls, move stop to break even. Actually, we can trail this a little bit. Stop is probably wise here. Come on, Hertz. Keep going. Keep going. Come on. We're up 25%. If we can get the ask, but I want more. Come on. Give me that new high of day. Break into that $7 area. Squeeze. Could see a nice impulse move. What's Hertz market cap right now? Hertz market cap is... Oh, 2.14 billion. Wow, this name could squeeze, guys. That is tiny. Tiny. I mean, it's already up 39% today, but looks like Hertz wants to go to the top of that channel. Look how clean this resistance is. Oh, the IWM and SPY are just trying to drip a little bit lower here. Nvidia is just melting a little bit. Right, Hertz might be trying to form an inverse head and shoulders here on the 1-minute chart. Or not. Maybe it just wants to squeeze. Look at Hertz go, guys. Look at Hertz go. We're up 25%. Come on, break into that 7 area. Break in. Break in. Give me a new high of day. Come on, break into that high of day. Come on. Give me a new high. You're so close. You're so close to a new high. Was that a new high of day? What was the high of that candle? 698? I guess that was a new high of day briefly. Just briefly. IWM starting to sell here. And a small pullback would give us a bit of a right shoulder potential formation. The only problem is the market is super weak right now, trickling a little bit lower. They're slow dripping SPY down and the Russell down right now. Slow dripping. Come on, give us a bit higher here. Come on, Hertz. Break that $7 area. Just wreck it. Impulse candle, breakout through on high volume. Give it to us. Just give it to us. Boom. Just fat spike higher. Come on. 2 billion market cap is nothing. Even with this move, just squeeze it. Squeeze it. Come on. Fat impulse candle through that high of day. Give it to us. Give it to us. SPY and IWM are still trying to trickle a little bit lower. Nvidia pretty much at the dead lows. Intel down 5%. Tesla down 3.43. Plug back to the negative side. Pfizer negative. Palantir down 7.1. Hertz is almost up 40%. Was up 40% with that spike. IWM still trickling. Still a lot of red on the screen out there, guys. Market is still seeing some sell side pressure. Are they setting up an inverse head and shoulders here on Hertz 1 minute chart? Potentially. So again, if this pattern breaks out here on Hertz, a little bit of an inverted head and shoulders, if this starts to curl and create a right shoulder on this 1 minute chart, Hertz could have its next leg up to about 740. It's certainly got the momentum, but it needs to start defending some price here. This would be your little neckline. Sure, aviation guys still holding those calls, which are under a little bit of pressure. Still trying to defend that 1007 area. IWM's wrecked. SPY, that's still just trickling lower, unfortunately. Come on, Hertz, make a move for us. Make a move for us. Still chopping at the lows. PLTR still just holding steady here, guys. 192. Maybe a small in head and shoulders intraday on PLTR. You can see that little head and shoulders has kind of triggered. So you got to watch for that. Seeing a little bit of buy side liquidity off of its lows. Dollar is softening a touch here. IWM, a little bit of a 10-minute bottoming tail trying to form. Still about 2 minutes left in the candle. SPY has technically had a bit of a bearish close over the last 20 minutes below that previous little support zone. We'll see if it can make a bit of a push on the hourly candle. The next hourly candle on SPY closes in 11 minutes and 30 seconds. So it's a pretty important hourly candle on SPY. If we look at your S&P 500, again, this hourly candle, if we close below this area, we're going to probably continue to sell off. If they can push us above this area, then we can grind higher. So next 11 minutes is a big candle formation for that S&P 500. Unfortunately, Hertz is starting to sell off a little bit. Nvidia looking pretty weak, guys. Going for another new low of day. Yikes. Nvidia's looking nasty. Palantir broke down, guys. Palantir got absolutely slapped on that last 5-minute candle. That head and shoulders that we discussed. Look at that. Absolutely wrecked on that last 5-minute candle. Nastiness. For PLTR. Hertz is still trying to hold this 5-minute volume shelf point of control. But IWM and SPY are trickling. Palantir selling. Nvidia just made a new... No, almost. Nvidia almost made a new low of day, guys. It's coming in. The low of day on Nvidia is 206.50. Sorry, no, 200.9. 200.9 is the low of day on Nvidia. And it's testing that low pivot. So close. So close, but so far. S&P still just trickling lower here, guys. Let's look at Tesla here. Tesla getting faded from the highs. Apple's still ripping here, guys. So that's the positive for the S&P, is Apple still trying to rip. Meta getting absolutely sold into yet again. Just cannot hold any sort of a bounce yet. Look at that sell program. Google absolutely getting wrecked as well. Amazon still holding some value, but seeing a bit of sell side. Microsoft today still holding some value off of the lows. Wow. Nvidia bulls are praying. I continue to hold my shorts, but I close them at the loss and then rug pull them all. Yeah. Yeah, Anonymous, you're a great inverse. But I hope you took those IWM puts. You would have printed, you called out, I was in 243s, you called out 242s yesterday. I remember you asked me about them. So I hope you took those Russell puts. Because that was actually, you scared me. When you started commenting that, I was like, oh my god, I just sent out an alert an hour ago for the IWM 243 puts. And then you commented, and I was like, oh my god. But you closed them at a loss? Oh, goodness gracious me. Yeah, we made 100% on our 243s today. So on your 242s, you probably would have made 150, maybe 200. I don't know. All right, still riding these Hertz. Archer's not doing much. IWM calls are cooked. Palantir is now knifing, guys. PLTR coming in hot and heavy. Nvidia looks like it wants a new low of day. They're just gonna flush Nvidia. I feel like it's gonna be a hard breakdown candle. I mean, it's hanging on by a thread here. Look at this. You know, it looks like they want to flush it. Look at PLTR getting absolutely slapped right now. That head and shoulders has triggered and you are coming in. PLTR looks like it could be another low of day, guys. That would not surprise me. Hertz is still trying to show some life. Again, maybe this inverted head and shoulders on Hertz can trigger, guys. Still riding these $7. We're up about 10%. We were up 25. You couldn't do me dirty like that. Some days it does feel like the market makers are just targeting every single position you own. Palantir now down 8%, Nvidia down 2.6. Nvidia still trying to hold off of the lows. Oh, come on, Hertz. Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. I'll be very happy to see if SPY retests pre-market low. Yeah, it could happen, right? Could happen. $673.79 pre-market low. 673.79 is pre-market low. Interesting. Everything is selling. Even PLTR getting absolutely crushed here, guys. HIMS is back to the green side. JP saying start taking my JP Morgan trades. Off lately, doing very well with Jim trades. Good stuff, JP. No new low of day for Nvidia just yet, guys. No new low of day. Grab. Is grab into an area here that we can buy? Let's look at grab. I'd love for them to bring grab all the way back down. I'd consider building into some commons. Weekly chart still holding some structure. We still have that breakout upside target. You've confirmed the weekly chart breakout. Looking at this S&P, guys, this hourly candle closes in 3 minutes and it's looking bearish, very, very bearish. Not a good candle close in the next 3 minutes for SPY. Massive rejection off of PDL. It's 2 minutes left on this hourly candle. Are they going to pop SPY back into that area? Imagine they do. Will the bulls live to fight another day? SPY on the 15-minute chart broke JP's levels going down. Trying to bounce Nvidia. They're bouncing Palantir. Dollar's still above 100. Psych number. A little bit of a bounce here in the market. Will they close it? 1 minute and 38 seconds left in this hourly candle. Are they going to get SPY back above this key resistance pivot? This is going to be close, guys. This is going to be close for sure. Wow. They are bouncing it. Look at that candle formation. They're trying to save it on this hourly candle. 1 minute left. Can they do it? Come on, Hertz. Breakout. Hertz is getting a little bit more momentum. Trigger a beautiful inverted head and shoulders here. Come on, Hertz. Breakout. Get back above 7. You know you want to. Palantir. Nvidia is still bouncing pretty sharply here, guys. So that's helping. Ooh. This would be a very nice continuation squeeze, guys. If Hertz can do this, this would be a very nice pattern intraday. Needs to break, though. It would be very nice. Come on. Break it out. All right, so SPY did get that bearish hourly candle close. Let's see what they want to do here to it. The only positive is that Nvidia is trying to hold a little bit of structure here. The positive for Nvidia is it did put in a 10-minute bullish engulfing candle. But technically that's not a good close for that S&P. We'll see if they can firm it up or if they're going to sell it. Alright guys, I'm going to grab some lunch very soon. I'm hoping for this Hertz to break out. Here we go. This might be it. Come on, Hertz. Hertz is getting some volume. Hertz breakout volume coming in, guys. Come on. This could be it. We're starting to see it. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. New high of day. Inverted head and shoulders. Look at that 1 minute breakout volume. Come on. The pattern is there, guys. The pattern is there. Don't fail us here. Do not fail us here. Come on, Hertz. Catch it. Catch it. Come on, you're right at the top of that range. Nice inverted head and shoulders. Here we go. The volume's there, guys. The breakout volume is there. Come on, break it. Squeeze it. Again, I'm going to look to trim half of the contracts into this. If we get a nice impulse move into this 705, 708 area, the top of this channel, I'll look to trim half of my contracts. Come on, squeeze it. We're up 25%. Come on, break through that $7. Start getting this bullish call flow. Come on, Hertz. Squeeze it. Nice impulse continuation. There's the impulse, guys. That is a beautiful move on Hertz. Squeeze it. Look at that breakout. That's what we've been waiting for. Stunning price action, guys. All right, guys, I trimmed half at 60 cents. I trimmed half at 60 cents. Trimmed half at 60 cents. Beautiful gain on Hertz, guys. That's exactly what we were looking for. Nicely done. Beautiful. Beautiful little gain on first trim, guys. 50% gain on Hertz. Excellent little momentum trade. And now we still have that breakout target that could push to this intraday area. That was a good move. Come on, Hertz. Keep going. Keep going and squeeze us. Squeeze us. Hertz has broken out, guys, of an inverse head and shoulders and looking ripe for higher price, guys. Here we go. My next sell side target, guys, is going to be 726. 726 is the value area high. Go, 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 Hertz. Go, go, go. Come on. Keep going. You got more in you. You know you got more in you. It's a nice clean breakout out of that inverted head and shoulders. And keep a protective stop at break even. I'm gonna grab some quick lunch now that that stock broke out, Hertz, and we took some profits. I'm just gonna keep that break-even stop. I still think we can push to this intraday upside target, bullish target up here. But again, my next trim on Hertz is into the 726 area. I like to secure profits before the bigger sell side liquidity comes, but 726 is my next area. Again, we should push up to this 740 today. There's certainly a potential. Hertz is in full squeeze mode, guys. Full squeeze mode. Look at that volume. Look at that new high of day, baby. Push it. Push it, Herty. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Come on, give me another spike into that 726. I want to take a lunch break, but Hertz is now seeing that volume. Archer trying to firm up, the Russell's trying to firm up, SPY's trying to shake off some sell side. SPY catching some more liquidity. Here we go. Nvidia, big bounce off of double bottom. No new low of day for Nvidia. Maybe the low is in for Nvidia today. Maybe they're just going to rip it higher now. But the fact that they defended Nvidia once again so far, a short-term bullish sign. Hertz, new high of day. Let's pump it, guys. Squeeze this name. 726, my next profit target on Hertz. 726. Can they push the stock up 50% today? I think they can. Hertz is in full squeeze mode. Kevin saying ANET 4 million more call sweeps today. Will is now buying higher strikes at the ask, but same expiration and some earlier. Interesting. What is ANET trading at right now? What's strike again, Cabin? With the 160s? 170s. Holy moly, 170s, eh? For November 21st, eh? That's crazy. 10% move? Wow. They're loading the boat, eh? Yeah, earnings after. I thought it was this morning, to be honest, but I guess it's after hours. I mean, what's interesting is that level kind of correlates right along with this little resistance trend line. Not looking bad at all. Let's see something here. It's a really bad glare on my screen. So daily ATR 167. Let's look at the weeklies. Yeah, 167.80, 181. Not looking bad. You can see SPY still getting rejected off of that same resistance. It's a battleground right now. You got wrecked on Palantir. Hopefully IWM takes you to break even. Yeah, I mean, IWM's a tough one. My calls, my lottos are cooked. Again, it was a small size, 20 contracts, 9 cents, 180 bucks, really nothing. I just made almost 2 grand on my put options from yesterday. So I was taking a bit of a lotto on the Russell. They could still play out if we get a really big push, but again, long shot. Long shot now. But Hertz was a nice little winner. Hopefully you guys took that. Still up a little bit on these runners, about 40%. Bouncing around here. Come on, give me another spike higher. Uh, Saying 678, 680 puts today with a 7 to 14 DTE. Thank me later. 678 to 680. So Rams bearish. You know, we have broken some technical structure, but it's always risky with the gap down, right? They always like to punish the chasers. You know, we have triggered a little bit of a bearish formation, but anything can happen with earnings, guys. It's always so risky. Always so risky. I mean, they could easily gap us up tomorrow on the back of AMD. Remember, AMD is a huge weighting in the SOX ETF. So they could gap us up, and it's just one of those things, right? Chasing chasing is always tough. That's for sure. I'm personally not shorting SPY right now, at least in any options trade. I'm waiting for a little bit more data. I think the short was this morning. We nailed the Russell. You know, could you get a nice intraday push up here? You could still. Palantir being defended. Nvidia still trying to push. Hertz is up 41. Why did we gap down today? I look at the earnings. Palantir. Palantir is a leading stock. One of the main reasons. And psychologically, look what the dollar did. Look what the dollar did today. I've been mentioning it in a lot of the live streams and videos that I've been doing. Psychological $100 number on the dollar. The dollar's been full bullish mode over the last week or so. I'm going to take a bit of a lunch break again. This is still some bearish price action in the S&P right now. You're still stuck below. If you recapture this key zone here, then I think you can push, but as long as we stay below it, SPY is a full-fledged short right now. I'm going to close my Hertz calls here, guys. I'm going to lock in the rest of the gains because it does look like they're trying to sell it with the indices. So I'm closing the rest of my other half contracts at 50 cents, locking in another 25% gain, so all out of Hertz. So nice trade if you caught that. Unfortunately, Archer not really cooperating. That's getting hit. IWM still looking pretty weak right now. I'll be back in a little bit. Just gonna grab some lunch. Let's take a look at where SPY was trading when the dollar was testing this August 1st pivot. Look at where SPY was trading. Look at this August 1st gap down, guys. Massive sell program. And look at where the dollar was. Right here. So again, a lot of people think it's Palantir, which is there is a reason for Palantir hurting the market today, but I still think the main reason is the dollar, right? Your high volume breakdown in August 1st was literally at the high of this dollar candle, and the dollar got faded, which marked a low, and the market's trended. Now the dollar's breaking out, we're just getting slapped. But S&P's still weak, guys. Dips are being faded right now. Rips are being faded. Nvidia right back down to the lows, guys. Getting slapped. Expectations for AMD to beat on earnings. It's clear that they're going to beat. You know, I could see some similar price movement like Palantir. Big wick up. And then a move down. But tough play no matter how you chalk it up. It's expensive. Even if it beats, AMD's expensive. Still super extend on your weekly time frame. But I wouldn't be surprised for one more blow off move. But very expensive. Yeah, I don't think you need to exit your full position on AMD, but at least locking in some profits, or if you don't want to sell your commons, hedge with some downside puts. You know, it's one of those things if you got a good cost basis, but it's expensive. It needs even if it has a double beat stronger, it's still going to be expensive stock. I don't know. I would be taking profits personally. And just a heads up, members, I did send out a new trade alert as well. So in the option group. Data Vault is seeing some volume here. I don't know if there's news on DVLT, but as the market's draining here, Data Vault's seeing a high volume candle. So it looks like there might be some news. DVLT guys, yeah, Data Vault. I don't know if there's news. If anyone sees anything on the news feed, let me know. I'm going to see what I can find here, but it does appear that there's news. That's a high volume. Maybe it's just a short covering on a small stock, but I'm saying you can thank me now. Yeah. Yeah, you called out a short. It's funny, I also entered a short with the options group. Those puts are paying. We basically shorted SPY right on this 10-minute green candle. And we are up quite nicely on our 676 puts. Guys are in the money. All right, members, I'm trimming half of my SPY 676 puts. 676 puts in the money that we just took 20 minutes ago, closing half at $4.13. You can get a better exit than me. Nice job on those SPY puts that we literally just took half hour ago. Not even 20 minutes. So good stuff, guys. 413 from 304 to 413. So just locked in 36% gain there, guys, on SPY puts. 36% gain on SPY puts. Nice little option trade with members. Good stuff if you caught that. Another little banger. Stop loss. I'm going to keep my stop loss now. Again, we have till the end of the week on these runners. So 676 SPY puts we just took. One in the money, trimmed half. I'll keep a stop loss at break even, guys. Good stuff. We caught that nice little down move. 676 SPY puts, one in the money. Does look like we're going to take out the low of day, guys. It really does. Still got quite a bit of time. How did we get in the action? That was a options alert to the group that I sent out. You have to look through the YouTube. You hit the join button, you can see the different levels of membership options. But Nvidia really took a sell side dip there. Nasty little dip. All right, I'm gonna go touch some grass for a little bit, guys. Nice job if you caught that options trade with us. Good call out there, Ram, earlier. I was just being patient with my entry. Again, that's what I've been saying. I've been giving you this level, saying that we're bearish below this area. We've had a nice rejection off of it. It's a big ass bounce right now. Hey, guys, just a quick update here. I just entered some 677 0DT SPY calls. This is high risk. 677 0DT SPY call at 37 cents. Looking for a little bit of a bounce and then the continuation lower. 677 0 DTEs. They just absolutely printed right there. Look at that, guys. You're still getting some sell side pressure. Continuously selling this market. Still a really nasty day for the equity markets. Very, very nasty. Every pop is being sold into. All right, I might get stopped out here for a minor loss. Very close SPY to stopping me out. Keeping a tight stop on these 0 DTEs in the event that they want to knife it. 30 cents is my stop loss on the 677 0 DT calls. Had a nice little initial reaction bounce there. Could have taken some profits, but thought we were going to hold a little bit more. But you can see the sheer sell side pressure in the equity markets, immense. Still holding them long. I have them down 4 cents a con right now. Trying to do a little bit of a counter trend trade. Bitcoin trying to break the 100,000 level. Psychological whole number about to break in BTC. All right. So SPY's still trying to hang on. Still in my SPYs. Come on, SPY. Give us a little bit of a bid. Give us a little bit of a bounce here. SPY break out of this falling wedge, or is it cooked? I'm thinking a little bit of a bounce first and then pre-market low, but I've taken my 676 SPY puts off the table. I'm all out of those puts. And I'm looking at I got a 7 cent risk to reward. So I'm looking about for 21 cent on the upside. So I'm looking at these 677s to hit about, what is that, 58 cents on the upside where I'd consider taking profits. But still have around that 30-cent stop loss. But damn, the sheer sell side in SPY is crazy. Look at that. Every single pop is being faded right now. Lots of weakness. Palantir coming in. Nvidia is still near the lows. Tesla down 4.6. Google down 2.35. Apologies about that trade. I did take a loss. Stopped out at 0.29 cents. Small loss. Small loss on my little 0 DTE. Apologies about that. Yep, Nvidia selling hard, AMD selling hard, semis are selling hard, taking it on the chin right now. Your semiconductors are going for new lows. IWM looking heavy. So SPY, still no bid yet. No bid yet in the S&P. Bitcoin still holding that psychological 100K level. Not wanting to give it up. Let's see, we're at the bit of this double bottom on SPY, but looks like the bottom's about to fall out of the market. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Ooh. Ah, that's the bounce I was looking for. A little bit of a bounce. Still a very bearish. Should buy 7 DT SPY calls here. Yeah, it'd probably work out. Double bottom. I might be done trading for the day unless I see something else here, but it's a nice bounce there. That's kind of what I was looking for. Think you can retest this EMA 1 minute. Still pretty stretched from it. You haven't really tested it all day, so at some point we should get a bounce back to that EMA on the 1 minute. Usually the market likes to retest it. Ooh. Nice fat bounce on SPY. Yeah, I see the buy program. I see the buy program. We'll see how long it can stand here. 144. I got stopped out basically a minute too soon. So a nice little falling wedge pattern breakout. Again, this could run all the way up to 677, but that 1 minute EMA will be a big area. The market has been, every single pop in this market has been faded, so just recognize that. But this is looking pretty constructive. It's a nice bounce. Good job, Ram, if you caught that. Anybody that stayed through the little bit of volatility there, you're printing on those 677 zeros. PLC's popping 675.70 right now. Wow, I didn't even see this. Look at natural gas, guys. Holy moly. Just clued in now. Look at that breakout over the last 2 hours. Yet again, up 3.1%, guys. This is squeezing. Crazy. Look at that UNG chart, guys. Sweeping the high. UNG in full bull mode. Nat gas is on some next level. Something is brewing in nat gas, guys. This type of price action, nat gas is definitely showing some interesting price action here. Weekly squeeze. Crazy. Getting a little extended here, but wow. It's in full squeeze mode. Almost at that TP1 target. And then from there, my oh my. Holy smokes, guys. Nat gas could be going for some sort of blow-off move to 550. Holy moly, that's my next target. 550. That is crazy. Whoa. Wow. Yeah, I don't know what's happening, guys, but I don't think this is just a demand. This must be some sort of conflict brewing. The way that nat gas is starting to squeeze, we could be heading to, in the next 3 months, 545, 550. Wow. 21% move? That's crazy. Big bounce in the equity market, guys, right into that EMA. Was winning 2-0, baby. Let's go. Semis, guys, absolutely running to the upside right now. Market is having a nice counter trend rally. Be careful, guys. This market can still get faded. It's looking pretty decent. Like it still can do a 677, but if you caught that little bit of a bounce, secure some profits in the event they want to take us lower. Yeah, you called out some of that. You called out a nice little SPY trade there, Ram. Question is, did you take some profits? Again, I was looking at some other positions as well. I got a lot of things in my portfolio. Nicely done. Multitasker like me, yeah. No, it's tough. It's tough. Some days having too many stocks is what kills you. That's for sure. It's hard to manage many, but again, guys, just a heads up, I did close my Ethereum short. I fully exited my ETH short, locking in just over 30% gain on the short side. So pulled all the profits out of ETH. This is a big area for ETH. Parallel channel. You've undercut this major pivot, sweeping the daily 200 moving average. Do I think it can go lower? Yes, but I think it can get a bounce first. Maybe back to 3,600, and then we will have to see what type of pattern develops. But so far, Bitcoin is defending that 100K level. Look what Bitcoin has pierced through, the 1-year moving average. Hot knife through butter. Hot knife through butter. NSTR seeing some nice liquidity off of the lows. MARA reporting earnings after the bell. Also very, very oversold. RIOT, Riot. Backing filling coin. Coin is still weak. BMNR just keeps selling off. Sell it. Stoic, we're just watching this market fall down to the lows. The Dixie is just too strong. Can't stop, won't stop the dollar. Can't stop it today. Gold continuously taking it on the chin, looking like a bit of an intraday bear flag. Gold seeing some harsh rejection. Nasty little pattern on gold. Nasty little pattern on the S&P 500. Absolutely getting slapped right back down to the lows. So anyone in calls, it was still a area that you needed to sell into because all of this market strength got absolutely faded. Faded. Hey, Stoic, just to answer your question, I think it's a little bit of Palantir, but mainly the dollar. So I went through this a little bit earlier, but you look at the dollar breaking out here, and you can see this. So this August 1st down candle in the US dollar, okay? Just remember that, August 1st. We look at what happened on August 1st in the SPX or S&P 500. Look at what happened here, August 1st. So the market was getting a little bit toppy here when the dollar was trying to break out. Literally a big down move. And then the dollar rejected. And what happened? The market trended. Now the dollar's breaking out again. And look at the market, right? Structurally looking very, very, very bearish. You know, we could gap down tomorrow again, especially if the DXY wants to touch that 200 MA. But we are getting slightly oversold in the very near term. No problem. But yeah, and again, earnings after the bell, AMD can absolutely save the market. It's big enough to do so. Qs are down almost 2% on the session. Pretty amazing. IWM down 1.5. Yeah, Weeble is disgusting. It's kicking my ass for sure. You know, just disgusting. I'm so shocked that this high volume reversal zone gave up the goods. You know, it's pretty incredible. Pretty incredible for sure, in a bad way. Yeah, man. It's beautiful. It was the dollar ETF, UUP, still where I have majority of my cash. Discussed that several weeks ago about this potential inverted head and shoulders. Again, we put most of our cash right into this 2713 reversal pivot, and it's just been a nice consistent breakout. But that's a beautiful, beautiful pattern on the dollar. Stunning technical breakout. Clean, 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 balanced. And you think about it, there's not really much weak economic data to slap the dollar down. If you understand, when the dollar was going through this consolidation phase, every time it was trying to break out, the data that was slapping the dollar down was the employment data, your labor market. Really, since the end of September here, we've had no labor market employment data. And what has the dollar done? Boom, boom. Palantir looking pretty bearish right now. Palantir looks like it wants to test the lows again, guys. We got 45 minutes. Yeah. That would not shock me, guys, to see PLTR revisit the lows. Take a look at that. So a little bit of a day trade bounce, and now funds are just exiting still, selling into this bit of a buy the dip liquidity. So you can see SPY's bouncing as Palantir's selling. We'll see which one gives way. Hmm. Coin just cracked 100K, guys. BTC just cracked 100K. Nastiness. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Where is the other one? What is that one? T. Guys, take a look at this layer. Big area for crypto. Look at this trend line, guys. This parallel channel where you broke out, carry it all the way forward. You hit it here, you hit it here. Are we going to bounce again on BTC? Simultaneously, just a little bit lower than that. You got a really big upsloping trend line. So if BTC doesn't hold here, next support is down here at 96K. The best two plays are RKT and SoFi. I hope the president of El Salvador sold because he lost it at all this point. Yeah, fair enough, right? Let's look at SoFi today. Actually holding up pretty decently. Down a little bit on the session, but holding steady. RKT. RKT is another one trying to hold this little bit of a double bottom. But scaring me, looking like a bit of a bear flag here. Like it's going to gap down, sweep the lows, and then maybe there's a bit of a buy. So a little bit of mixed price action for sure. Oh wow, BTC is heavy. Heavy, heavy, heavy. That's a big area. Yakos, Juve. I can't believe Juve's losing. Bayern's beating PSG. That's good. Fucking Juve. Are you serious? Losing to Sporting? I swear they better get it back here. Bayern is all over PSG. I like it. I took Bayern. Let's go, let's go. Drive it like it's hot. I'm hungry today. I got a tapeworm. I swear. I'm freaking just eating. Eating, eating, eating. Ooh. PSG ties it up. 1-1. Damn. It's crazy. Is that offside? I think it's off. Oh, PSG's goal should be offside, but they're probably gonna do some riggery. Come on, please be offside. Yes, they took it away. I love it. Video assistant referee. Beauty. Spy's just chopping around. Dollar taking a bit of a breather. Still remarkably strong though. Middlesbrough versus Leicester. Madrid. Oh, penalty? Come on. What was that? Big balance on Bitcoin, guys. Really big bid. Still should have scored there. That's crazy. All right, so they're trying to defend SPY just a little bit here. His Palantir is still getting sold into here, trickling lower and lower. Saying SPY 685 tomorrow. I'm loading 675 calls, 30 days. 685, $10 gap up. Bayern Munich 2-zip. Nice. Juve ties it up. Bang, bang. Spy 685. I don't know. It's a bold call. Ram, you'll be a hero if you get that. You know, you never know. If AMD crushes it, gaps up the SOXX, it could happen. I can't really position myself for that, but it could happen. I would love to see one more big gap down tomorrow. That would allow us to load the boat. Hmm. One more big gap down, we would be able to load the boat. Do not scare me. You're scaring me. Big gap up? That would be insane. You know, I would love for us to test this trend line here. Let me erase this. I'd love for us to gap down into this long-term bottom of the wedge. This trend line goes all the way back down to our tariff lows back here in April. Connects through this chop here in October. I'd love to see us gap down one more day into this 67.40 area. Point of control, 20-day MA. Yeah, there's no question AMD is going to have good earnings. It's the reaction, right? It's like Palantir had good earnings, but it's the reaction. You know, and the question is, you know, this investors have priced in strong AMD earnings. The stock has just been absolutely ripping. It's always the reaction that counts. It's got big shoes to fill, let's just say that. Really big shoes to fill. But it's pulled off of its highs just a little bit. You know, 5.8%. But it's expensive. Even if it has a great report, it's still expensive. But it's a semiconductor. It's a darling favorite, so typically catches those fat bids to the upside. Oh, I can't believe this. Yeah, exactly. I was saying Palantir was expensive, didn't stop. Oklo too is, yeah, Oklo's still expensive. Hype and explosive markets are fine. Yep. Yeah, the big difference is your dollars back above that $100 psychological number. It's getting close to that daily 200, but Who else do we have after hours? So AMD, SMCI, ANET, Rivian, Tempest AI, ALAB, Kava, Zeta or Zeta, however you pronounce it. There's Upstart, Axon, Pinterest. There's quite a bit. When is the next trading view? Big discounts coming? I don't. Usually the best discount is Black Friday. They usually do it's like 73 or 75% off if you buy a yearly membership. It's usually the best deal I think that they offer. But they also got TOST. That's going to be an interesting from a POS standpoint, guys. So POS stocks have been absolutely clobbered on the back of Pfizer, FI, and the Clover POS systems. There's potentially a scam or overcharging their clients. So TOST will be interesting, that whole complex. Let's look at FI. Has that started to bottom out here? Because severely discounted. Wow, yet again sweeping the lows again, guys. Holy moly, I'm tempted. Super tempted down here on FI. Look at that fall. I mean, just purely based off of a dead cat bounce. Weekly RSI 1440. I mean, it could go lower, but damn. You would think this company's going bankrupt with their lawsuit. Hmm. Very interesting. Yeah, Tempest should be a good one. I know a lot of people are bulled up on Tempest AI, guys. That's a big FinTwit stock. Big FinTwit stock. SMCI. That's an interesting one. That's hitting a nice support level. That one I could see bouncing. But SMCI has a very poor earnings track record. Pinterest set to report. You got Kratos, so a little bit of that defense. KTOS, that one probably has a stellar earnings report. Oh, you got Ouster as well. OUST reporting at 410. That stock has been clobbered. Aflac, Skyworks. Skyworks is another interesting one. SWKS. We've traded this one a couple times. Well, just recently we traded it. We got out of our position with a nice little gain when it had that spike higher on news. But look at Skyworks, full round trip, guys. Pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. Clover. Yeah, there's some interesting names. You got 3D printing stocks, so triple D guys, set to report after hours. If this one gaps down, it could be a bit of an interesting buy. Mosaic. Yeah, a lot of names, guys. A ton of names reporting. A ton of names. So AMD revenue is 8.74 billion estimate. EPS is $1.09. SMCI revenue estimate is 5.5 billion. EPS 31 cents. Rivian's estimate is 1.49 billion. Tempest AI 328 million. ALAB revenue estimate 206.54 million. Kava 292 million. Upstart 280 million estimate. Axon 702 million. Spies trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. Just a little bit. AMZN 8.96 bill. Aflac, Kinross Gold. I hope Tempest drops, to be honest. I'm really hoping it drops and triggers a little bit of this bear formation, wipe out some of the mania in it, and then it would give us a nice discounted play. Do I think it's going to drop down to here, 59? No, I don't, but it's nice to know some of the bear outcomes. I would be a potential buyer of Tempest. What's its revenue right now? Forecast is what again? 328 million. The problem with Tempest, guys, is it never officially broke out of this high pivot, so it's setting up maybe a failed breakout. Oh, Real Madrid almost scored. Holy moly. Oh, damn. Sorry, I got some. Peter saying in BAC, $56 call, November 21st, big buyer. Bank of America account got 6 figures. I'm gonna trying to pull up, trying to stash the Glock. Hey, I don't know. Financials are a little extended here. Quite extended. You know, what I don't like is the fact that Wells Fargo, guys, it was making new highs and briefly went negative. JP Morgan has been faded from the highs, but good observation that there's a big buyer trying to step in there. It's kind of interesting. That's definitely interesting. Friend of mine is making more money on sports bets than me on the market. I'm not gonna be honest. I'm streaming a couple games here. I took Bayern today. That was a nice double up. Bayern versus PSG. Bayern has been in form. I need Juve to win. I need someone to score in this Liverpool Real Madrid game. I took Tottenham. I took Monaco. They're up right now. Arsenal. That was an easy one this morning. Betting as a fan. I don't condone gambling, guys. But I couldn't believe the odds on Bayern. I mean, sleeping. They were the underdogs against PSG. Over it was a double up. 120% you can make on your money at the start of the game. That's like a call option. That's like a call option. Oh, Bayern almost got a third. They're ripping PSG apart. They are ripping them apart, man. Holy. I just need someone on Liverpool or Real Madrid. I prefer Real Madrid because I don't like Liverpool because I'm an English fan. So I. Oh, but there's some crazy shots. I don't know who's going to win. Yeah, Cabin say if you bet on sports long term, you'll lose. Book always wins for sure. For sure. I think there's specific sports that you can bet on. You know, I think there's definitely a lot of sandbagging in sports, and we all just heard there's that big NBA scandal where people were actually fixing the games, the coach, the players, and they were arrested or charged. So there's fixing. I know I've literally seen it in front of my eyes. Can't prove it, but it's so obvious when someone throws a game. And but I think if you're betting on sports, you want to pick. You can't just bet on every game every single week. You want to bet on things that matter, you know, like the playoffs or Champions League finals or World Cups, you know, knockout stages, games that truly matter where you know they're going to be eliminated or it's for the season title or first place. I think it's a little bit better that way because players are kind of want to win, you know, the important games, but there's a lot of BS games that are put into the regular season to kind of trap people. But yeah, gambling on sports is crazy. Honestly, what I like to do, a little bit of strategy, I take the swing. You know, I'm a counter trend better a lot of times where I'll just wait. You know, if the favorite team goes down, I'll get them at a better value, put a little bit of money that way. So it's like swing betting. It's almost like trading options basically. Sizing for loss. So for instance, Juve went down today, Juventus. They're the favorites at home. They went down 1-0. Started putting some money on them. Now they've tied it up 1-1. We'll see what happens. Real Madrid will score. Cricket, yeah, cricket's fixed. There's fixing lower divisions is crazy. I can tell it's facts. I have friends as managers got sacked for it. The owner of the clubs are even in. Oh, I believe it for sure. For sure. I've literally seen it. I've experienced it. Nothing worse. Let me put my hummus back in the fridge. Just give me a sec, guys. One thing I've learned though for sure is whenever there's money on the line, guys, there's always someone trying to fix one side of the trade. Even in our markets, there's a lot of rig shit in our markets. No question. You look at sometimes the spreads in stocks. Rigged. Rigged, rigged, rigged. What? What is this VAR? Look at this. Ooh. See, now they're trying to give PSG is down 2-0. They're trying to give Bayern Munich a red card to tighten up the game. Holy, look at the push in data volt here, guys. DVLT. Big push. Big push off the lows there. I like that. Peter saying MOC Mustang spy down. Yeah. Yeah, it could. Or it probably did there. That's what that was, right? Oh my God. They gave Bayern a red card. Are you serious? This is the riggery. 2-0 down? Damn. All right, they're taking SPY down, guys. What time is AMD earnings? 10 p.m. tonight. No, I'm just kidding. It is 4:15. SMCI 405, ANET 405, Rivian 405, Tempest AI 401, ALAB 405, Zeta 405, Kava 410, UPST 405, Axon 401, Pinterest 406, Toast 405, Kratos right at 4, Amgen 401, Coupang 405, PRCT 403, Ouster 410, Aflac 405, Skyworks 401, Rivian. Rivian's going to tank. It'll disappoint, potentially, right? Yeah, Rivian loses a lot of money still. It's big earnings, big earnings after the bell. What's it going to be? What's it gonna be? Wow, they absolutely dumped Tempest AI into the close here, guys. They wrecked it. Skyworks, I think, catches a bit of a bid, but they wrecked Tempest. All right, guys, that's the market close. Thank you all for tuning in. Um, yeah, it's been a slice, guys. Good stuff today. Nice profits in the morning on our IWM puts. That was kind of our big trade of the day. Stay for earnings. Stay for earnings. You want me to stay for earnings? All right, I'll stay a little bit. I'll stay a little bit. What do we got? What do we got first? Axon. Let's take a look at Axon. At least for AMD. AMD's basically one of the last ones to report at 4:15, so you're gonna get everything. Sly. All right, Axon guys, wicking around here, gapping down. You got Tempest AI falling as well. Ooh, Tempest falling, Axon falling. Yikes. What is Tempest reporting? Tempest AI gapping down. So far, We will see what it does. TEM. Tomorrow's an interesting day too. Gosh, there's so many companies. Just gets crazy. 10. Revenue grew 84% year over year to 334.2 million for Tempest AI, beating the revenue. Let's see what EPS, increasing full year 2025 revenue guidance to 1.26 billion, representing approximately 80% growth year over year. So strong beat there for Tempest, guys. Stock is likely going to get gobbled up. That would not surprise me. Very strong print. All right, so TEM, pretty decent earnings there, I would say. Reactions a little bit poor. Let's look back to Axon here. Wow, Axon's getting clobbered, man. They must have really pooped the bed there or something. Something happened. All right, what is Axon doing? Axon earnings. Axon to acquire Carbine, uniting cloud infrastructure and AI. Oh, so big capex spending there for Axon. That's mainly probably the reason why it's falling. Software and service revenue grows 41%. Third quarter sales 711 million. Fiscal year 2.74 billion. So that's probably the main reason why Axon is falling, is the higher capex spending. Huge sales on ANET. Uh-oh. Wow. We're looking real filthy right now, guys. We are looking filthy. Yeah, ANET getting smoked. This is just SPY still green, but market getting smoked. Certain stocks. Yeah, ANET gapping down. Look at Axon just selling like a mother. Holy moly. Let's look at UPST. So right now, I'm also watching these Champions League games, but right now, the odds for PSG to come back, they just got a red card. Bayern did. If I put, I can make 650% return right now. Crazy. Ooh, look at UPST, guys, wicking around as well. This is getting real filthy here. Nastiness. How's ALAB doing? Ooh, ALAB catching a nice bid here, guys. So ALAB showing some strength. Zeta, ZETA. We'll watch that. That's also pumping to the high side. Nice move. How's Skyworks doing? SWKS, that's still set to report. That's wicking around here. Skyworks fourth quarter revenue 1.1 billion. So I believe that's a beat. Let's look at Rivian here. Rivian seeing some strength. So estimate was 1.49 billion. Let's see what they came in at here. 1.49 Rivian third quarter rises 78% on higher vehicle deliveries. Pricing, okay. Rivian third quarter revenue 1.56 billion, so it's a beat on the revenue. Still a 96-cent loss EPS. So a bigger loss on the EPS for Rivian, guys. So it's a beat on the rev, but a loss on the EPS. Interesting. So Rivian under some pressure as ANET settled down. Yeah, ANET's still just getting knifed on right now. Oof, that is filthy. What is ANET's earnings anyways? So EPS 75 cents versus the estimate of 72. Okay, so they beat on the EPS. Revenue estimate was 2.26 billion, coming in at 2.3 billion. So they beat both the top and bottom line, but you can still see that is not enough. Not enough. SMCI getting slapped around here so far. Let's take a peek at what SMCI is. SMCI. Let's see. So SMCI 31-cent EPS came in at 26-cent. Really? Oh, so I think they missed SMCI. Yeah, SMCI missed on the revenue, 5.02 billion, but beat on the EPS. Interesting. Interesting. ANET's still coming in. Wow, look at Tempest AI, guys. TEM. Yes. Fuck yes. Oof. That's fucking filthy, man. Yes! Tottenham's winning 2-0. Let's go! Guys, this Tempest tomorrow is going to be a nice tradable opportunity. Look what I'm eyeing up here. Liquidity sweep of this breakout, EMA 113. I hope that stays depressed. If it comes into here in the pre-market, I'm going to pick up some commons. Tempest AI, that's not terrible. You know, TEM, I'll post that in the free Telegram group. But they're still growing their revenue. They're still growing their EPS. What do we got? 5 minutes till AMD. Interesting. 5 minutes till AMD. Here's the Tempest guys. TEM. I like it. I like it. All right, who else did we miss here? Pinterest. Pins is trying to sneak by me. Did Pins come out yet? Oh, Pins, nasty. Pins and needles. Pins coming in. We got Rivian, we got A-Lab, we looked at Zeta. Oh yeah, Kava as well. How's Kava doing? Kava. Trying to reverse here. Come on, Kava. Kava missed on both the rev and the EPS. I think the stock was a little bit more depressed, so it's acting quite well right now. But Kava. Kava, the beer of summer. What else we got going on, guys? AMD will happen after 4:15. Not nice. Yeah, AMD is the last stronghold. Let's see what Axon is doing again. Jeez, that liquidation, guys, on Axon, that is filthy move down. Crazy move. Is A-Lab holding its gains? ALAB pretty much lost its gains there. Zeta or Zeta. Anyone want to know the ALAB earnings? ALAB, big beat on the rev side. Oof, those are actually strong earnings on ALAB, guys. Strong for now. Still a nice, healthy trend on the rev. I'll put that the graph in the chat, free Telegram group again. But ALAB's looking pretty decent, guys. That's a decent earnings. Valuation's still a little expensive, but I like the fact that it had a nice beat. I guess I'll post the SMCI since I know a bunch of you like SMCI. Super micro, looking a little bit dirty. Super micro, begging of a crash if AMD doesn't beat. Yeah, if AMD doesn't beat, guys, we're gonna be in for a bit of a gap down tomorrow. So far, there's an interesting mix of downside price in some of your leaders. S&P really not affected though. But yeah, SMCI kind of telling us that maybe AMD is also going to fall here. If AMD reacts like SMCI, we're going to be in for a world of hurting. Right now, AMD had that initial wick down, getting gobbled up so far. Who have I got here? SMCI, that's right. All right, I'm gonna queue up the AMD. 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes till the big boy on deck. Let's filter out everything else. I don't care about anything else other than AMD. So again, expectations for AMD. Expectations are high. They likely will beat. The question is, what is the reaction? 8.74 billion estimate on the revenue side. $1.09 EPS. Here we go. Here we go. Is AMD gonna beat? They're probably gonna post a 9 bill revenue. Stock's probably gonna push up and then sell off, kind of like Palantir. Well, time will certainly tell, guys. Time will tell. AMD wicking around. T minus. What do we got? A few seconds here. A few seconds, guys. TOST revenue 1.63 billion, EPS miss, so toast. I don't even know what happened to toast here. Toast is actually trying to hold here. That's pretty decent for DataVolt, actually. Let's go AMD. 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 Kratos double beat. Amgen strong earnings. Coupang double beat. PCRT. Ouster. I'll have to look at that a little bit later. Here we go. AMD coming out. AMD is coming out. Stock is initially down. Initial reaction is down, guys, on Mr. Advanced Micro Devices. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm still waiting on these earnings. Come on. Where are you? Give it to me. Give it to me. Maybe that was a fake print. But the earnings should be out for AMD. I'm still waiting on it. I have not received it yet, unless my thing is just lagging. Come on. Give it to me. Oh, doing a little bit of liquidity grab and sweep. AMD. AMD. Wicking around. All right, AMD Q3 net income. So revenue 9.24 billion. It's a beat. Big beat on the revenue, guys, crossing the 9 billion club. Q3 gross margins 52%. Q3 adjusted EPS 1.2 billion. Q3 adjusted net income 1.9 billion. It is a beat, guys, across the board for AMD, moving into the 9 billion threshold. So 9.246 billion in revenue, beating the 8.74 billion consensus. So big beat for AMD. Big beat. Let's see what happens. Come on. What you got? What you got? What you got till it's gone? The dirty purple dog. So AMD's closing at 250, down a little bit in the SPY 685 tomorrow. We'll see. The beat. Remember, Palantir had a big beat. And stock went down. So it's a matter as to how it holds, right? Palantir, remember, had that spike to new highs and then got liquidated. And look where we opened. So anything can happen. Anything can absolutely happen here, guys. You know, I've gone to bed when the futures are like getting wrecked, and I wake up and we're green. I've gone to bed where the futures are ripping, and then I wake up and it's a bloodbath. So honestly, nothing shocks me in this market anymore. I just kind of take it day by day. Whatever the heck's in front of me, I'm just gonna trade it. All right, I'll post the AMD picture, guys. But so far, that is a solid double beat on the rev and the EPS. EPS is a 10% beat. Revenue blasting into the new highs. So nice print for AMD. We'll see if it can hold its gains into its earnings call. But so far, I will post that revenue and graph in the free Telegram group. AMD positive reaction so far. All right, guys, we stayed on with you. Thank you all for tuning in today, and we will see you all again for tomorrow. Take it easy, everybody. Take it easy.